Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. I think I'm live. I think I am. Yeah. I think it's working. Yes, the weather is shit outside in the Netherlands. Um, so I decided to do Discord outreach. I haven't done that in a while, have I? And it was either watching something together or doing a little bit of outreach. And I haven't done that much outreach recently. So I thought, well, I haven't done it live per se because I have done some outreach. And I thought it would be cool to join and do some outreach. And at the same time, I will be walking on the treadmill. And I do have a human hand over here. So, you know, that's over there. In case somebody wants to eat human flesh. Yum, 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 yum. Let me just say hello to everyone before we jump into the call. The call. Hello, Anik. Nice to see you. Let's see. Rich is here. Amazing. Hello, Mr. Rich. Hey, Brett. Brett. I don't know which one it is, Brett or Bretta. Mr. Soy Daddy. Always a pleasure. Mr. Tone. Martin. Nice to see you. Draculum. Amazing, Draculum. You're always here. I appreciate you, Draculum. Well, now you're not always, but, you know, when you are. Hey, VPM. Nice to see you here. Yeah, so today, treadmill, and for drinks, I have sparkling water. I don't know if you can see it, with lemon. Why not? Why not? If we're gonna be doing outreach and having issues with people. Yeah. You joining us on Discord? Yeah, soon. I'll join you in a second. Just wanted to chill a little bit with my homies. With my people here. With my homies. Until everybody else joins. How was everybody's New Year's? Did you have a good New Year's? Give Charlie their water back. Oh yeah, because it's Charlie's Organics sparkling water. I kind of hate that it's organic, but because it's organic, I get a discount. Whoa, I just read it right now and it's blowing my mind. It's saying on the can, flip this can for full flavor. So I should have kept it like this, but I've been keeping it like this. Okay, I'm gonna keep it from now on the other way around. Let's see if that actually changes the flavor. How many bees died to pollinate that lemon, bro? Ah, Daryl. I don't know if you're joking or not, but that's funny. That's funny. That's funny stuff right there. Uh, if you're not joking, Daryl, join the conversation. Let's have a conversation together. Why not? This isn't fast enough and it's not slow enough. So I'm moving like this more because it's in between. Let me see if I can make the speed a little bit. It's good. It's good. I might get out of breath from time to time, but that's okay. That's what being on a treadmill all day long does to you. It's been an hour and 40 minutes. Yeah, I had a pretty nice New Year's Eve. I was with vegans all the New Year's, of course, which was really cool. A lot of cool people. We had not a potluck, but we still brought some snacks, and we had a lot of cool snacks over there. I ate so much again, and then I don't know if you saw my Instagram story, but I just chilled on the couch. It was pretty cool. Chip, you can have my treadmill. Upgrading to a cycle trainer. Soy daddy, no! The treadmill is the base. Like you can work while you're doing this. Look, I can speak, I can move, I can do stuff. And plus I got this little hand over here, which, helps. Yeah. More AI bullshit. You think I'm AI? Why would you think I'm AI? I appreciate it. Like, do you think what makes you think I'm AI? Interesting, Julian Wells. What makes you think I'm AI? I mean, I don't know if I'm AI. I experience life. I'm biological. I do feel pain and have an experience of life, but I may not be AI. Who knows? Well, I may not be. I'm probably not, but you never really know, right? I have never seen my brain per se, so. There you go. Here goes. You look like Sungmin from Stray Kids. Old, look him up. Run, please. Seungmin. Okay, let's look him up. Seungmin. I look nothing like him. But I'll take it. Why not? Why not? I'll take it. I'll not. Why not? Why not? Yeah. Tone has provided here with a link if you want to join and have a conversation with us on English Hub. I'll join in a second. Before I join, I wanted to tell you one interesting factoid that Alexandra shared with me. Interesting and sad at the same time. Today, it's January 3rd, and today, we have killed as many animals, includes terrestrial and sea creatures, as many animals as there are humans on this planet. 3 days. It takes 3 days. I don't know how you say three like this or like this, whatever, but you get it. Or some people do it like this, right? But 3 days to kill as many animals as there are humans on this planet currently. That's insane, isn't it? Let's join the Discord. Oop, this. Hello.
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 Mr. Falek, how are you doing?
Mr. Chip, I'm doing good. You?
Never a bad day, man. Never a bad day.
I had a question from Radicale in the chat.
Yeah, I saw if I can turn on my camera. I don't know if I can, because Discord, like I tried it just now, but Discord is being dickish. Because whenever, I don't know why. Maybe if I, wait.
I know why.
It's because I'm
You
vegan.
can't have two, you can't have like two places, two softwares use the camera at the same time.
Oh, I'll do this.
Like-
There you go.
But enable a virtual camera. You can enable
Yeah.
virtual camera on OBS.
That's what I did. I
Okay,
enabled
so-
virtual camera, and now you can see me. Yeah.
I was gonna say Chip's got his OnlyFans going on in the background as well, so you know you've got to subscribe to that, guys.
Yeah. So on my OnlyFans, what I do is we play Dungeons and Dragons.
Wait, OnlyFans? I only got a link to your OnlyFeet. What?
Only.
Yeah, that's specialized. That's top tier one. Huh?
People will think you're serious, guys. Well, they'll not. They won't know that I don't do that kind of stuff.
I want them to think we're serious, okay?
Okay, so we have a person in my chat saying, just imagine if we did not do that, then the animals would have taken over the earth. Does any of you want to
Damn.
debunk the nonsense?
I hadn't thought of that. Damn, we're gonna get destroyed by all the cows and chickens, I guess.
Yeah, this is a little bit like saying, tell me you don't know how agriculture works without telling me you don't know how agriculture works.
Yeah, it's like, where do those animals come from?
I would definitely ask the person if they actually care about these issues.
That's
Because
a
it
good
just,
point.
yeah, because many people say that without actually like looking into like let's say right now there is some people say there's a huge issue with overpopulation, which I can agree or disagree depending on what kind of variables we talk about. But if someone says like, sure, there is an overpopulation, okay, what can we do about it? Are you gonna stop having kids? If this is something that you actually care about. So I just do wonder from where they're coming from. That's all.
Well, they somehow have a problem with cows taking over. As if that could happen. I
What
don't.
over?
The earth.
Taking
They've
the
been,
error.
we've been planning it for a long time, guys, okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
12,000 years.
That's why Trump became president, because cows voted for him.
Cares about
No.
animals.
I think cows are smarter than that. Cows are smarter than that, than to vote for that bastard. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just curious, like, where is that idea coming from, and why is it important for them?
Somebody starting an anti-vegan gang. But you know what, Coca-Cola, instead of starting an anti-vegan gang, how about you come and have a conversation with us right now? Come on. Like, it seems like you have a problem with us respecting animals' rights, and, you know, we care about animals. I understand you want to make a gang where you exploit and slaughter animals because, I don't know, you like the exploitation, abuse, and slaughter of sentient beings. But, you know.
And what do they mean by
Sure.
anti-vegan? Anti-vegan club. What does that even mean? What does like vegan mean and like anti-vegan in that
Well,
sense?
anti-vegan for them means nobody who cares about animals' rights is allowed in their club. So if you think animals are objects or animals should be treated like objects, then you should join their club, I guess.
I mean,
I
being
do
against
want that.
people that don't starve others to death is kind of cringe.
Yeah. So much
Strange.
nonsense.
Very strange.
What did you call it, Alexandra? A permazide? Permazide?
Yeah, we came up with the word permacide, so a permanent genocide, because we bring them into life over and over again, and it's never meant to end. And that is a very unique type of genocide, hence why we called it a permacide, Permazid in German. And we actually started to use that word throughout our activism groups and stuff, because it's just, we just thought it has to have a name. Also because using the word Holocaust is very problematic in Germany. And I figured it would be good to have a word that fits even better. And so the unique thing is the bringing them to life again and again and again. It's never meant to end. And I think that is just so insane when you think about that.
Yeah, it is very insane, the idea that it's permanent, essentially. It's very bad, yeah. Okay, somebody's asking, why do we have vegan options that taste like meat?
Interesting. Why do we have video games if we can shoot each other?
Yeah, so Mr. Joker, essentially we don't give up consuming animal products because we don't like the products. We give up consuming animal products because we think it's wrong to exploit and slaughter sentient beings. And if you think it's right to exploit and slaughter sentient beings, then you should be in favor of slavery or other forms of exploitation of sentient beings.
You know, this is something that I've said some time ago, Mr. Chip, and I think you're gonna like it. Like in Minecraft, if you can actually like spawn or create a dead chicken meat for you to eat, nobody was exploited.
If you
And
spawn
that
them
is the
and
cor-
what?
If you just spawn a like I don't know, a chicken leg out of the thin air, right?
Yeah.
There was no victim. It's just a piece of flesh that didn't really came from anyone. It was just literally created in front of you.
Okay.
That's vegan.
Is it though? Is
I
it
would say so.
sentient?
Like,
But well, it's not
No,
about
it
how
was-
it was created, right? That would be a genetic fallacy. It's about whether they're sentient or not.
If you imagine this, if you're God, if you're basically God, right? And out of thin air you just spawn like meat, a steak. It didn't come from anyone, it just like created itself in front of you.
Vegan.
It is vegan, yeah.
Yeah, there's no exploitation. There's no harm.
Yeah, that's like lab-grown meat, basically.
Yeah. Well,
If it's not
if there would
sentient.
be no animal inputs.
It was never
Yeah.
sentient. It was just created. There was never was sentience at all.
No, but you can create sentient. In theory, you can. In practice, we don't know how, but
Yeah.
you can create sentient beings.
But in this kind of like hypothetical scenario, it was literally created in front of you.
Oh, then it's vegan. Yeah, you're right. If it's not sentient.
Yep. Ay.
Oh, somebody called me Harry Potter and says nice glasses, Harry Potter. Thank you, the Patriot. I appreciate it. Somebody's liking my glasses. Get a life. I mean, I thought I had a life. I thought I had a life, man. What the fuck? I'm alive, yeah. So I have a life by
You
default.
are alive? Damn.
Unless I'm AI and none of you actually know it. But we've met in real
Yeah.
life, but like.
Did you code yourself though, Chib?
If I coded myself, I would have had bigger muscles than I do now. And more hair for sure. Like at least a beard, because my beard only grows at the bottom for some reason. Yeah.
Lucky.
Okay, well, let me respond to some people in the comments until we get somebody. Why does it matter what a person eats? It's not about what a person eats, Mr. Joker. It's about the exploitation, abuse, and slaughter of sentient beings. It's not. We don't have a problem with you eating meat. We have a problem with the fact that animals are brought into existence, treated like an object, and killed for you.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not the product, it's the harm before the product.
Yeah,
Exactly.
The exploitation.
Eat what you want, just not who you want.
Yeah, it's a pretty simple concept. Do fish have feelings? Some of them do. Fish is a pretty broad category. A lot of them do, a lot of them don't. But the ones that we exploit and fish definitely do, yeah. As far as I know. Somebody says I look shaken. Thank you, Vernon. I look shaken.
Shaken? What does that mean?
I don't know, but I'm shaking right now.
Maybe because you're walking? I don't know.
Oh, shaken, not stirred.
Shaken, not stirred. That's funny.
Yeah. Nobody has joined so far the debate. Everybody's afraid to debate us. Everybody's afraid to have conversations with
We
us.
can start an event, I think. Can we? Hold on.
Let's do so.
Oh,
Maybe,
no,
yeah,
no,
maybe
wait.
we can we?
No, it's always the freaking flat earthers doing events. Bro.
I bet there's a couple of flat earthers in my chat also now.
Hey.
But guys, didn't you know that NASA is now officially classified as a spy agency in 2026? Oh my god.
No way, is that true?
No, yeah, that's literally the title of their event.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
It
the
is
brain
always a lot
rot.
of fun to just go there and mess around with them. It's so much fun. Every time when I have a bad day, I just go there and listen, and it just brightens up my day so much.
I make fun of the Christians generally. I think it's like the flat earthers. It's a little bit too sad. Like it's a little bit too silly.
It feels like an ableism kind of moment, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's a little bit like, but I get it. I get it. That some of them thinks it's total nonsense. Yeah.
Hello, people. Roberto, hello.
Hi.
Hi, would you like to join our conversation?
Sure. Sure.
Why are you not
Basically-
vegan, Roberto?
That's straight
Just
up.
going direct.
Hi,
Yeah.
Raoul.
Why are you not vegan?
You already going in?
Yeah.
No preliminaries.
I'm trying to be plant-based. I'm working on it.
For what reasons?
For healthy reasons.
Chip?
I mean, yeah, there's obviously you can be healthy while eating a plant-based diet. But do you think we should exploit animals?
I had this question like 15 times every time I come here.
Because that's what it's about, yeah. Do you think we should be exploiting animals?
Exploring. The word exploring seems like really harsh.
Oh, I'm
Sounds
sorry.
harsh.
Is bringing somebody into existence, using them like an object, and then killing them and using their flesh not harsh enough for you? Or should we... I think exploitation is not a harsh enough word, if you ask me, for what we do to them. because we murder them, we impregnate them, we rape them, we take away their babies, all of that. How is that not harsh enough?
Who's we? Who's we?
We
Humans.
humans.
Aren't you human?
I think you understand the
Well, to
point.
be more
If you want to
specific,
strawman the
non-vegan.
argument, yeah, non-vegans, if you want to be more specific, exactly.
Okay, okay, that makes sense. Like, it's better to say it that way than saying it.
So what morally justifies doing this to animals?
I don't know. Some people are just they only care about profit, I guess.
But you still
my
support
opinion.
this, right? You still pay for animals to be exploited and slaughtered, right?
Not really. I dial down. I dial down.
So do you buy animal products?
Not. Sometimes.
Does that not mean that when you buy an animal product, you're supporting the exploitation, abuse, and slaughter of a sentient being?
It's the words that you choose. It's the words.
Yeah, this is the reality of it. I understand that some people may use different words to hide the reality from you and call it harvesting or call it farming. But in reality, it's exploitation, abuse, and slaughter of sentient beings.
That is true. That is true. But that's I think that's the companies, the manufacturers.
Where do they get the money
Nah.
from?
The consumers, I guess.
So why are you paying the companies to do this to animals?
Why is it-
Good question.
Look, I don't think I'm. That is a good question, but I don't personally pay for it. Get someone else do it.
You just said you
Okay.
buy products, did you not?
Yes, but sometimes, but sometimes I let someone else get it for me.
So why do you
Yes.
demand? Okay, let me rephrase, because you really have a problem with. You really like strawmanning arguments. So I'll just have to be extra
Yeah,
careful with
I'm
every
not
single word that I'm
arguing. You
using.
don't-
So why are
wasn't
you
arguing.
demanding the exploitation, abuse, and slaughter of sentient beings?
But that's I'm not arguing though.
Why are you demanding
No,
the
I-
exploitation, abuse, and slaughter of sentient beings?
Why am I demanding that?
Yeah.
How do you know I demand that?
You just said you buy animal products. That means you demand it. Or you have somebody buy it for you. That means you demand it.
Sometimes when I'm hungry and I really want a steak, like I really want to like try steak.
So is it
I guess,
justified
yeah.
if sometimes when I'm hungry and I really want to eat human flesh, is it justified for me to demand the exploitation, abuse, and slaughter of a human being?
Why you keep saying the same words over and over? It's like a robotic, like as if you're
Because
not a
this is
human
what
being.
It's all about. This
Yeah.
is what it's all about, Roberto.
Yeah. So Roberto, if
It's
I
about-
it's about your relationship to other animals, and we're just questioning it because usually people tend to they just want to be fair to other animals, you know, and we were just wondering what you are about, you know. So do you want to be fair to other animals, or do you just like not care about them? Maybe we should find common ground before we continue to talk about your actions and what they entail. What do you think about other animals? Like, do you actually care, or do you just not care about them?
I generally do care, but
That's
I
nice.
think like in my religion or a lot of religions they are okay with like God said like not all animals obviously, but just like the camels and like
Yeah,
camels.
true,
Some
but,
like some animals
know,
are.
you know, no religion on this earth is demanding you to not be vegan. Like, you can be a vegan and you can be Muslim or Christian or whatever you please. It doesn't really matter. If it's standing in a book and your God allows it to, that actually just means that your God is giving you the option to choose. So you can choose
will,
to
yeah.
exploit and oppress other animals, or you can choose to not do that. And so when you have the choice and when you care about them, I'm just wondering why make a choice that is oppressing them? You know, like you would not want to be in their position, right?
Well, see, the way you said it, it's way like it makes sense to me now. Like you said it very well. To me, me personally, I struggle with this, even though I try so hard. But like the environment, like the people around me, it's so hard to commit to that. It's like it's not easy. It's really not easy, especially if you were
Yeah, yeah.
grown up to that. So I try my best, but I'm only human at the end of the
Yeah,
day.
I
Like
get it. I get it. By the way, is my volume a little bit better now? I just
Yeah.
I
Yes.
just turned it up a little bit. Okay. I get it that it's not easy. I get it because the entire world is not vegan, and the everyone around you is not vegan, and all vegans know that it's of course not a easy thing to do. But would it be worth it?
Sorry, can you say that again?
Would
Sorry.
it be worth it to go through that bit of struggle for you, like to push through that so that in the results you're not exploiting other animals anymore? Like, do you think that you struggling a bit and you wanting to find solutions to be vegan is harder for you than for the animals to be exploited? You know what I mean? Like, do you
Yeah.
think that it's harder for you or for them?
I agree with you. I agree with that. I agree with the taking the it's
Yeah.
sorry, like my English is not my first language, so it's
You're doing
That's
really
fine.
good, by the
Mine
way.
neither. Mine neither. It's fine.
taking the step is it is a struggle. I get that. It is worth it. It's absolute to me. It's worth it. But like I'm not gonna like lie and say like I might like sometimes like slip. You know what I mean? Like slip.
Yeah, you know,
But I
the
try
thing
to
is,
reduce it.
yeah, the thing is, when you say that you are going to reduce that, that just means, when I translate it, that you will continue to exploit other animals just a little less, but you will still continue to do that. But when we want to be fair to them, don't you think that not exploiting them is mandatory? Like, just to be fair, like the bare minimum?
But don't you think the exploitation comes from the companies, not actual the consumer?
No, I think it is a very, very straight thing, actually, you know, because it all starts with a mindset. And it starts with a mindset that other animals are here for us to use, that they are here to serve you in any way. And when you have that mindset in a non-vegan world, of course, it's very easy for you to live by that. You can eat a steak whenever you want. You can buy leather shoes. You can go to the zoo. You can buy animals from breeders. You can do all that stuff because it's so very easy for you in this world. But in the end, it is just not fair for the animals, and it starts with you as a person and your actions. You know,
I think it starts from the companies, the manufacturers, not.
But do you think
They
they
wanna
will
make the money.
continue to? Yeah, but you are giving them money. So when you buy an animal product, they will replace that product in the shelf, and your money goes through the supermarket, and they give it to the slaughterhouse, they give it to the farmer. Your money goes directly to support and to demand animal exploitation. There's
So
no way around
who's
it.
to be blamed though?
We
Well,
as a consumer, we as people who demand animal exploitation, if we stop demanding it, we can abolish it. And this is what vegans want. We don't want to reduce animal exploitation. We don't want to get better welfareism or whatsoever, so that we treat the animals better within their exploitation. We want this to end. We don't want animals to be commodified any longer, because they are not commodities, right? Like, you are also not a commodity, right? Would you like it if someone would use you in that sense, that they say, I will commodify your entire existence now, and I will use you as I please for my interest, disregarding your entire interest? Would that be fair to you? It wouldn't, right?
No.
So
It wouldn't.
can I maybe
Exactly.
just very briefly, I want to explain to you this concept why you are responsible, right? By way of an analogy. So you are familiar what cause and effect is, correct? Cause and effect. Have you ever heard of the concept?
Yeah.
Right. So if you remove the cause, right, the effect will collapse. So let me give you like an example, and hopefully this is a good analogy. So if a person already created like a fire and is constantly throwing into the fire like woods or gasoline, right? Obviously, the fire will probably, all else being equal, will continue to fire,
Once again,
correct?
I'll be back.
Okay. Yeah, I think this is maybe a very good analogy, because if you remove the cause, then the system will collapse.
Well, it's pretty simple. When you buy from the store,
Yeah.
the store realizes, like, supermarkets or stores or even farms or everybody work in the same way. When customers demand something, they will supply it. Sure, sometimes there is supply before demand, but it's always driven by demand, even in those situations. In other words, if consumers don't buy it, they won't supply it.
Yeah.
Does anyone else have a question? No. Okay, Mr. Chip, you give us a question.
A question. Let's pick a question from the chat, everyone. Okay. A question from the chat. Somebody says that they love meat pussy. Our choice.
Well, is it consensual?
That's a statement, not a question.
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Maybe, although obviously I'm a vegan, let me ask you a question. Maybe this will also help people why we don't consume eggs. So, Chip, tell me, why is it wrong to consume an egg even though it is not fertilized, even though there is like no life in the egg?
Oh, Val. Yeah, it's a bit more complex, but you gotta bear with me. So, first of all, the only animals that lay eggs are the females, obviously. The males, therefore, are killed before even, reaching adulthood or the capability to lay eggs. But yeah, let's continue this conversation.
Can you repeat that,
Yeah.
Val? Somebody was knocking, and I was talking to someone. Sorry.
Yeah. So Val's question
sure.
was, or I'm sorry, Val, you repeat the question.
It was related to
actually,
cause and effect.
Yeah, exactly. So you have heard of the concept of cause and effect, correct? Like if you starve, if you starve or remove the cause, the effect will collapse, right? So, and my analogy or my comparison would be if a person already lit a fire and they are constantly pouring gasoline or wood into the fire, obviously the fire will, if all the conditions are there, the fire will still continue to flow, or it will still be on. Now, if you remove the cause, or like the thing that sustains the effect, then this entire thing collapses. So in other words, let me just give you an example. Let's suppose an animal industry sustains itself by 100 million customers. If we now remove all the 100 million customers and they do not purchase into the system, that system would also collapse, right? Because the thing that sustains the industry is actually coming from the customer, the money. That is why we are the cause. They are just being sustained by our contribution, basically.
So so genuine question: do you think if the consumers stop buying it, like the companies, these manufacturers will stop?
Yes, 100%. Yes.
Well, let's be clear. In practice, they will probably not collapse in that sense. That, at least in the strict sense, what they will do, and we could maybe actually compare this a little bit like natural selection, right?
Mhm.
They want to survive in the market, so they will dynamically. That's my theory. They will dynamically change their product because they want to sustain themselves.
Has it happened before?
Yeah,
Yes,
It's
of
several
actually
course.
how in
products.
Germany.
Yeah.
I can actually
Yeah,
give you a great example from Germany. I'm sorry for interrupting, guys.
yes. Yeah,
Um,
exactly.
so we have this one company. It's the biggest meat producer in Germany. They're called
Rügenwalder.
Rügenwalder Mühle. They're called
Mhm.
Rügenwalder
Yeah.
Mühle, and they were producing like meat forever, but they switched to plant-based products because the market changed so much, and now they're one of the biggest plant meat producing brands in Germany, and they made the switch, and they
Wow.
grow their own. They grown their own crops for the products in Germany as well. They make it more local and stuff. So they changed because the market changed. Because in Germany, many people turn vegan, and we have a big movement here, and a lot of things change, and supermarkets are full with vegan products. So that's the one thing. So of course, your contribution to that makes a difference. So it's the same as. Let me give you another example. Would you say that when someone buys child sexual abuse material that they are demanding this to continue?
Wait. Sorry. Say that again.
When
What?
it's fine. When somebody, it's just a different topic, but the same logic, okay? So when someone online is buying child sexual abuse material on the dark web, they pay for it, right? That means that they are giving money to the market that is producing child sexual abuse material. So would you say that they should stop buying these videos, or is it doesn't it matter? You know what I mean? Of course, they contribute to that. They give their money to it, and where the money is, people will deliver what the people want to pay for. And
But
that's
also,
basically the issue about that.
yeah, and also
But I
FYI,
think-
like you've seen products constantly. Like take for instance, Apple has produced products that because has tried to produce a couple of products, consumers didn't buy it, so they stopped producing them. It's as simple as that. That's how it works.
I think the evil one is not me. I think we can all agree like the evil one is like the drug dealer. The drug dealer gets more sentence.
Well, it's not a drug dealer in the situation. In the situation, you actually are demanding it. In the situation, does not work like a drug dealer. It's
Yeah,
it
you're
works.
more like a hitman in that situation. You know, you pay someone to kill other
Exactly.
animals for you. So you have a direct responsibility towards them. But other than that, I wanna make one point very clear. This is not about an industry. This is not about money. This is not about factory farming. This is not about any of that. In the end, it's about our relationship to other animals, and if we want to be fair to them. And when we are using them as a commodity, and when we only do stuff that is in our own interest and not in theirs, that is just an unfair deal. So let me give you an example. When you go into the forest and you hunt down a deer, although you don't have to, although you have something else to eat, or you can do other sport stuff, that is not a fair deal, you know, because it's not in the interest of the animal. And it has nothing to do with factory farming or money or whatever. It's just, you just got to ask yourself, would you think that this is fair if it would be you in that position? And when you say, no, it's not fair, then why do it to someone else, you know?
But I think what Roberto's having issues is with acknowledging his responsibility in the matter. Because Roberto seems to understand the unfairness of it, but he just doesn't acknowledge the responsibility that he has. Roberto, do you think you have responsibility for the animals that are exploited and slaughtered because you paid for it to happen?
I mean, I live in a big family. We have a big family. So if I like try to convince them, I tried before.
No, but
they
that's
just
not the
don't.
point, Roberto. This has nothing to do first with your family. I mean, we can work through this later, and I think you have a good heart by thinking 2 steps ahead. It really shows this, but this has first something to do with you, first of all, because I
Your
don't want to give you
choices.
bad messages, but yeah, I don't want to give you like too pessimistic messages, but in general, it is already very difficult to convince families and friends. I wanted to just preface this. It's already difficult. It's first about you and whether you think your choices will have an impact, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. Do you think it will make a difference? Actually, I can frame it like this, but I can also come from a different angle. But yeah, do you think you are responsible in the matter?
Honestly, no.
Okay.
Honestly, no.
Yeah, exactly what I
So
thought. So
when you say
you understand how supply
yeah,
and demand works, right,
one
Roberto?
second, yeah, 1 second. When you say this, let's be very careful. What do you mean when you say no? What do you exactly mean? Because I can have like I can have like two interpretations of what you're saying. Are you saying that you're not going to change the world? Is this what you're saying, or are you saying that people will still do the things that they do? What are you exactly trying to tell us?
Honestly, I don't understand.
Are you responsible for
understand.
Okay.
the animals that are exploited for you?
And the keyword is for you, not for
Yeah.
someone else. For you.
Yeah, if you
For
want an
you, not for
example,
some.
if you want an example, it could be simple. Let's imagine that there's a person or an individual, doesn't have to be human, who eats human hands. And they like to eat 2 human hands for every meal. And let's
What
imagine
the
that their
fuck? Like-
and let's imagine that their family does the same thing, right? They eat 2 human hands for every meal. However, they have to kill a human in order to eat the 2 human hands. If one of the members of the family says, "I don't want to eat human hands," then they would have to eat they would have to kill 1 human less. So do you think that in this particular scenario, for example, that I described, that the person who chooses to eat human hands is responsible for the death of a human?
That's a terrible scenario. I'm sorry.
It's a terrible scenario,
really
but
bad one.
the question is pretty clear and the logic is pretty simple. Do you think that the person who chooses to eat 2 human hands is responsible for the death of a human?
Obviously, duh. Like,
Okay, so do you think that if you eat 2 chicken wings, are you responsible for the death of a chicken?
I mean, no, the restaurant is.
Okay, so in the situation where the individuals eat 2 human hands and they're responsible for the death of a human, they're responsible. But in a situation when you have to be responsible, somehow everybody else is responsible, but not you.
Chip, you could probably ask him a Hitman analogy. That'll be a little bit easier.
But we tried that already. I just think he
Oh.
refuses to accept any form of responsibility he has. Because do you understand how supply and demand works, Roberto?
Yeah, this is
I'm
like a
90
service, right?
I'm
This
90%
is like-
plant-based, by the way.
Do you understand how supply and demand works, Roberto?
But I've said I'm 90% plant-based.
Yeah, yeah, sure.
Planet-based.
Nice.
If I
Do you
said
understand
I'm
how
not-
supply and
Let's talk
demand
about-
works? Yeah. So
Let's
Roberto,
talk about the 10% then.
yeah,
10%, I would say sometimes when I slip, when I go like with my friends and they want to order steak and I'm like, oh, like, would be nice to get a steak right now. You know what
yeah,
I mean?
but Roberto,
Like,
but an
I should
animal
go-
has to be killed for you, dude. Like I understand your perspective, but
And
can
my
you think a
friends
little bit
do,
from the
like,
perspective of
I
the
feel like
animal?
My friends did, like, and we were in a gathering, and what am I going to be like?
So wait, Roberto, if your
no.
friends eat dogs, are you gonna eat dogs also?
No, absolutely not.
Oh, so you can't say
No.
no to your friends. So if your friends start eating
because-
dogs, you can't say no.
because-
But if your
because I
friends
know
start
my
eating
friends
other
will not eat
animals,
dogs.
you can't say no.
They're
No.
not gonna eat dogs.
Okay, Roberto, do you understand what a hypothetical is?
Yeah, but it's not realistic. Like in my situation.
Yeah, it's not meant to be
You-
realistic.
you-
It's not meant to be
I'll-
realistic,
I'll
yeah.
give you a realistic hypothetical, I guess. You like sex, right?
Jeez.
What? The...
You like sex?
What?
What if your friends engaged in, the sexual abuse of a woman, and you were with them? Would you be like, oh, well, might as well, I guess, because you like sex? Would you do that, or would you see it as morally wrong and abstain from it, and even call the cops or whatever? Right?
I mean,
When you see something as
obviously, yeah.
wrong, even if your friends are doing it, you should not do it, right?
Yes, I would call the cops. That's kind of extreme. Like you always like give like extreme ones.
But you pay for exactly the same things to happen to animals. They're only extreme
I
or in
said
the
I'm
context of
90%
humans.
plant-based. I
So
said
10% of the
90%
time.
I am a plant.
So 10% of the time you pay for this to happen to humans, then to animals. Sorry. Yeah. Doesn't.
Not intentionally.
Roberto, do you make choices on what you eat?
Most of the time, yeah. Like maybe in a cheat day, I would flip up like.
And in a cheat day, do you not make
day.
choices, or who makes choices for you?
The cheat day is like free. Like I don't even. Put
Who makes
thought
choices
into
in
it.
that day?
I guess my desires. Like.
So you make choices, great. So you make choices. Is anybody forcing you to make choices,
Right.
Roberto?
No.
And by the way, this I only want
Yeah.
3 more minutes dedicated
Like
to
you
you,
guys
because it
should
just
at
feels like
least,
you're kind of like
appreciate it. I
trolling.
was like, wait,
And by the way, Roberto-
no, I think you guys should just at least like appreciate me for being at least like 90%, which I worked so hard.
Roberto, I don't appreciate you
Guys,
10% of the
actually-
time forcing animals into slaughterhouse. I don't appreciate
For
you
the
10% of the
10%,
time
10%,
forcing
which is
animals
like-
to be
like
treated like
once a month,
objects.
maybe.
What justifies,
month.
Roberto, what justifies animals being treated like objects 10% of the time?
This feels like emotional abuse.
No. Roberto, what justifies treating
I'd
animals
actually
like
like-
objects 10% of the time? Sorry, Alexandra, 1 second. I just want to ask this
That's
question.
fine.
It's the same thing you've said like 10
Yeah,
times right now.
and it's the same thing you didn't answer. So what justifies treating animals like objects 10% of the time?
It's not justifiable. I said I slip.
Okay,
Literally,
it's
the
not
meaning of slip is
justifiable.
like when you-
Okay, so if it's not justifiable, why do you make the choice to do it?
You don't make the choice.
No, wait.
You know what I mean?
What do you
Like,
mean
when
you
No,
don't
let
make the
me- let
choice?
me-
You go
hold on.
out with your friends. You said
Let
if
me-
your friends started eating dogs, you would
Let-
say no and you wouldn't eat dogs. You obviously make choices. You saying that I don't make choices, my desires make choices. This is
not a-
nonsense. You acknowledge that, right?
Let
Like
me
what is
just ask
this?
this
Are you
question,
not in
though.
control?
I'm
Are you
not
not?
just
Yeah,
saying-
but let me-
Roberto,
wait,
are you
I'm
in
not-
control
wait,
of
wait.
Roberto?
I'm
Are you in
saying- I'm
control
not
of what
just-
goes into your body? Are you in control of what goes into your body?
Yeah, of course.
So you make the choices then. So what justifies you making the choice 10% of the time to exploit and slaughter an animal? And if it's not justified, why do it?
Well,
I probably won't do it. Probably won't do it in the future. I'll probably get to 100% one day. I'm just
Like
saying it's really
Roberto,
hard. I'm
let
just
me-
saying
let
it's
me
really
just-
hard.
let-
You guys
let's just
really
be on
act
the-
like it's like easy. It's just not
yeah,
easy.
let's just be on the same page here. Wait. Let's just be on the same page, right? Because I think we were jumping around because I think earlier you actually made like a principled criticism to veganism because you're actually rejecting your responsibility. And now it seems that you agree with the principle. Like now, what is it? Like, are you actually in agreement or do you say you have like no responsibility in this matter, whether animals are being exploited and killed? This is not very important because if you're saying, okay, I accept veganism is correct and I have responsibility, but
Plant-based.
it is very difficult.
Plant-based diet.
Sorry?
Plant-based
No,
diet.
no. Yeah. But do you think you are responsible in the matter and what you are currently doing is wrong, but it is very difficult for you to change? Is this what you're saying?
Honestly,
Yeah, please. I need the honesty. Otherwise, this
honestly,
is not productive.
maybe we have
Because
a different. Maybe we have. I think because I come from a different culture, you guys don't understand the market here.
It has nothing
Maybe
to do with
that's
that.
the reason why.
No, it's.
It is has
So
to
it
do
is
with
a
I
the-
can prove to
criticism.
Roberto. I can prove to you that you are being contradictory. Do you see the contradiction in your worldviews?
Let me ask you, why are you 90% plant-based? Why is it the 90% exactly? Like, for what reason? Because you
Because
want to...
You already
I'll
said
tell you
that.
why. Because to me, I struggle with my habits. Like I struggle.
All
Like
right.
I had bad habits and I had
Mhm.
good habits, and I realized like I cannot just switch a bad habit without like replacing one.
Okay,
Yeah,
Another
that's
one.
I
fine. But the
Just
thing
actually
is,
well,
wanted to.
so
I'm sorry,
wait,
guys.
I'm
I
not.
actually wanted
Wait, I haven't.
to say and to ask something else. I'm sorry for interrupting you, Roberto, but I think I understand your issue. So it's very hard for you. It's a habit, convenience, I guess, tradition, culture, and all that stuff, right? But
Mhm.
okay, but I still have another question for you because I'm really interested in that, and it may be a little bit off topic in a way, but I gotta ask it. So do you remember when you were a child how you met other animals for the very first time? Like, weren't
oh,
you
sure.
fascinated? You remember that, right, Roberto?
Uh, yeah, I had a lot of issues when I was a kid. Like,
Yeah, but when you first heard about other animals, when somebody taught you there are cows and chickens and pigs and dogs and cats and they all
mhm.
make this noise and they look like this, weren't you like super fascinated by them? And like, what were your feelings about them? I really want to know.
Mm, just the way you subscribed it, I think, yeah, I was really fascinated. I love animals. Me personally, I
Yeah,
really do love
exactly.
animals.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the point. This is what we all have in common. And it doesn't really matter what the culture or your habits or whatever put upon you ever since then. I want you to think back of that and to make this connection. Because back then, when we were all children, we were all literally on eye level with all the other animals. Hence, we didn't view them as inferior. We didn't view them as objects for us to use. Most of us viewed them as friends because we were cognitively on the same level, we were physically on the same level most of the
Mhm.
time, you know. So and of course it was the same for me. I always loved them, but then I grew up and my parents taught me it's okay to eat them, it's okay to do this and that to them, it's okay to ride horses, it's okay to use animals as a solely means to an end. But
Yeah.
when we think back of that, and somebody would have told us, you know, your friends over here, I will cut their head off so you can eat something, but you can also eat something else. As a child, you would have protected your friends. You would have stood before them, you would have shouted at the fucking adults that they should not do that to these animals. Because back
Mm.
then, you were not as infiltrated by this non vegan nonsense. And so I want you, you know, now I think we're about to end this conversation, but I want you to keep that in mind and to think back about that because you were not always a non-vegan, you know. And I will post you a link into the chat right now, and I really want you to look at that. It's our webpage. I'm also an activist, obviously, and there's all the information that you need to make an informed decision. But one thing I want to say to you, if you really don't want to exploit other animals, if you want to be fair to them, you can do that always. There is nobody forcing you to not be vegan. There is nobody pushing a stake down your throat. Nobody is holding a gun, holding you at gunpoint, forcing you to not be vegan. This is not happening. So you can make all the right decisions. And when you say that you, in your heart, always loved animals, you should definitely do that too. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, but by the way, we have a family farm. Uh, like we have cows and stuff. Do you
Oh,
guys think like taking like milk is also abuse? Like get it
yeah, it's
like
exploitation.
Yeah.
Just
really?
imagine, Roberto. Yeah, just imagine, Roberto, if somebody would say to me, well, you are a female, I will impregnate you right now, although you cannot consent. And then you will give birth, and I will take your baby away. And because I want your mother's milk, and then when you can no longer get pregnant, I will decapitate you, and I will eat your body. I will commodify you and use you as a means to an end. If somebody would say that to me, I would flip them off and I would try to protect myself because this would not be a fair deal. This would not be fair to me. I would not want this to happen to me. And so there is no logical reason why we should force that upon other animals. You know, they can just think and feel like you and me. They just look different, talk different, walk different. But what the hell does that matter? It just doesn't. What matters is our interests. And in ethics, I just want to put this out there. In ethics, there's a principle of equal consideration, which means equal interests must be treated equally. Otherwise, you need a very good justification to treat someone differently than you would want to be treated in their position. Which means I do have an interest in not wanting to be harmed and not wanting to be decapitated. I have an interest in my own life, in my own body, in my own experience. And these other animals have that too. So
Can
if
I
you
add-
want to be fair and ethical,
I just want to add that
That's
I just want to add that all that interest that that Alexandra has is not coming from the fact that she's human. It's coming from the fact that she's sentient. The interest to live is a property of sentience. So therefore, any being that has sentience has an interest to live. So all sentient animals have it also. And if it's wrong to do this to Alexandra because of her interest, then it should be wrong to do it to any other sentient being because of their interest.
what do you think about that?
Wait, you talking to me?
Yeah, of course, all the time.
Sorry. I thought you were talking to him.
No, it's fine. What do you think about that?
Is it? I want to say something, but I don't want to offend you guys.
He wasn't listening.
Just be honest, Roberto. It's not your first time here. Come on.
No. I want to say something else, not about that, because I'm not gonna lie. Like, I really got distracted. I thought you were talking to him. I thought you were not.
Have you
talking to me.
actually listened? Have you actually
No.
listened what they said about like the impregnation and why it is wrong to milk cows?
Yeah.
Have you listened? Because respectfully, I mean, you asked this. You were wondering why we think this is wrong, so you should have listened, right? I mean, out of courtesy.
Well, my uncle does have a farm, and he does.
Yeah, but
take,
hold on. I understand,
said-
but the thing is, have you listened? Have
Wait a
you
minute.
listened to their response?
But Roberto, you said you have a farm.
Yeah, it's my family. Like, not mine. Like the family. I said.
Ah, okay.
You did
okay.
say family.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah, the
so
family,
Roberto, but do you know why cows produce milk?
Sorry.
Why do cows produce milk?
It's natural, I guess.
Yeah, but why? Like every female mammal produces milk. Why do they do that? Or when do they do that?
For their children, I think. For their children. obviously.
Exactly. So they have to have children.
Right.
Do you think cows get pregnant when they want to, or do you think farmers impregnate them?
Well, in our farm, I think in my family farm, they don't force. Like, it's like natural.
I doubt
They
that.
really take care of it. Like, they take. No. How do you know?
How many cows do you have?
They have like, I think, like 50.
50 cows. How many of them are female? How many of them are male?
I honestly don't know. I haven't gone there like really long time.
Yeah, most of them are females. You'll see that because that's how dairy farms work. That's how they operate. It wouldn't make financial sense to keep a lot of males because cows eat like 20, 30 kilograms of food per day. So if they were to be feeding 2 or 3 males, maybe they keep 2 or 3 males, right? Like, but if they keep more, at some point, it's useless to them because any male can impregnate any female. So when you say it's natural, it's not true because they keep them separate and they induce heat in the cow, in the female. They do procedures to induce heat in them. And then they have the bull, once they're in heat, they put the bull next to the cow. So they keep separate from each other. Like imagine in a situation where humans are kept separate from their partners because somebody wants to take something from them. How is that fair? And this is the best case scenario, because in reality, most of the times they just artificially impregnate them. Somebody's jerking off a bull, and then they use that sperm to fertilize a woman, a cow, a female
And
cow.
then
Isn't
kill
that
their
the-
babies.
Isn't that the manufacturers, the company though?
No,
This is like a.
I've seen it-
This is like a different.
no. So I come from Romania. I've seen my grandmother have the procedure where they keep the bull separate, and then the bull comes, and they induce, because they have to induce again heat in the cow. They do it. They have certain procedures. I don't know exactly the procedures, what they are, but they have procedures to induce that. So I've seen my grandma do the same thing. Then the bull comes, and then the cow gets pregnant. But let's move on. What do you think happens when the babies are born?
In general, like you mean in
No,
general? Like
on a farm, in your uncle's farm, let's say.
honestly, don't know. Like I said, English is not my first language. I don't know how to explain it, but it's like it's been a long time. I haven't gone there.
Yeah.
Because
So I'll tell you.
I don't want to get I don't want to get emotional. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I don't want to get angry.
So I'll tell you. They take
But
away
it's-
the
you can't-
babies.
But I can't force him. You know what I mean? I can't like tell him like not. He might flip me off.
Yeah. So they take away the babies. That's what they do. I've seen my grandmother do this, and she only had one cow. They do this. They take away the baby, because if the baby stays with the mother, they drink the milk. So they take away the baby from the mother so that they control how much milk the baby can drink. Because again,
It's really
A cow-
fucked up.
yeah, it's pretty fucked up. Because a cow, as I said, drinks 20 to 30 kilograms of food. So if the baby takes 20 to 30 liters of milk, I'm not sure exactly how much a baby drinks, but even 10 liters of milk per day is already a loss to them, right? So if the baby's born male, they don't produce milk. So what do you think they do to them?
Do they like kill them? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they kill them. What my grandmother did, she would sell them to the slaughterhouse, essentially, because there was one slaughterhouse in the whole village. But yeah, that's what they do. They essentially kill them, and then they store the meat with whatever they want to. If they're born female, they either sell them off to another farm, they keep them, and they do the same procedure. Wherever the females get, the same thing happens to them as it did to their mothers. But after 6 years of repeated impregnation and repeated taking away their babies from them, they kill them. Do you know why they kill them at that age? Because cows can live 24 years.
Just I didn't know that.
Say it again.
It's like an open mind. This is opening my eyes. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's like, this is why I became vegan. Because I thought, I said the same thing. I learned about this and I thought, surely this isn't happening where I'm paying for. But then you just gotta do a little bit of a Google search. You gotta get a little bit informed. If you're gonna ask the farmers will tell you a fairy tale. They'll tell you a story. Because I think some of them, they themselves have to tell themselves that story in order to be able to do what they do. Like, for instance, they say, we take away the baby because if the baby stays with the mother, they'll be in danger. The mother will hit them or something. It's not true. Cows are very maternal. Or the bull cannot stay with the female because the bull is aggressive. We're protecting them. Also not true. Cows do stay in families, in herds. So they sell you these stories, or when they reach the age of 6 or 7 and they kill them, oh, they were suffering. But they completely missed the point that they were suffering because they've been repeatedly impregnated.
And it's literally impossible to have dairy production without killing the babies because of exponential growth. Just
Yeah.
imagine one cow will have like 4 children at least during their lifespan. Well, the short lifespan, right? Obviously, if they lived longer, they would have more, but because they are repeatedly inseminated, they end up collapsing and whatnot. But so usually they have like 4 children, right? So imagine your family's farm with 50 cows. They impregnate them all, and suddenly there's 100 animals, right? And 25 of them will be males, around 25. So next time you have 75 cows to impregnate, right? And after like you impregnate the cows, after 9 months there will be 100 animals. After like a few months you impregnate them all, and then suddenly there's 175 animals, right?
So
Do you see
FYI,
what the point?
yeah. So in my
They have to
chat
kill
right
them,
now,
It's impossible to keep.
I just want to
Is
add
he
that.
still listening, by the way?
I don't know,
Somebody
but
check.
yeah. So Robert, I hope you're still listening. But as I was saying in my chat, somebody is saying that the reason why the bulls are the babies are taken away or the bulls are separate is because the bulls are killing the calves. You do a simple Google search, and you realize that that's not true. Again, they tell themselves a story that they really want to believe. Don't be the person feeding them that story. Don't be the
But
person.
as far as I know,
yeah.
In like they don't take it to in the family farm. They don't take it to slaughter because they don't trust slaughter. They do it in a halal way, which is like a religious thing, which is like a simple, like
We know what halal
peaceful
is.
way.
We know what halal is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
so
not
they kill-
like there's a process
are you-
to it. I think.
Are you saying that
Yeah,
killing
sharp
babies is
knife,
allowed?
sharp knife. Yeah, sharp knife. We know it. No stress, no suffering. We know it.
Are you saying that killing babies is allowed?
By the way,
Because
just
they're
to,
killing the babies, right?
yeah, just to be clear, no matter how nicely you think you're killing them, you're still taking away their existence for something you don't need. And that's the whole point of it. Regardless if you give them a tranquilizer before so that they don't feel any pain, even if you give them a drug that makes them orgasm throughout the killing, it still would be unfair because they never chose to die. Their instinct, their willingness is to live. So it's unfair for us to choose for them and say, no, you have to die because I want to benefit from your body. It would be fair if we did it for their benefit, but if we're doing it for ours, then it's wrong. It's the same as if somebody did the same to you. Obviously, if somebody chose to kill you, you would prefer that they do it without you feeling pain. But if you had the option to not be killed, wouldn't you choose to not be killed? And also, Alexandra placed an image about halal slaughter in the chat.
But
Just imagine your parents explaining you what halal slaughter is and showing that to you when you're about like 5 years old and you are friends with all the other animals, and then somebody is just like, well, we don't have to do it, but let's stick a knife into this animal's throat and just like decapitate them. What the hell are we even talking about? It is insane. It is insane. So anything that is not vegan is haram by default, and you know it. Come on, it's so obvious. Decapitating someone or not, what's the better option? What is aligning more with what a god might want or whatever, if you want to believe in that? Crazy.
And the thing about it is, I can actually answer that question, Alexandra, because I remember seeing an animal, and I don't remember seeing the animal being killed, but I remember seeing the animal's skin after it was freshly removed, being laid out because they make the carpets, you know? And I thought that was one of the worst things I've ever seen in my entire life. I didn't even see the killing, but it was fucking horrible. I was 6 years old.
Yeah, but I've seen the halal slaughter and it was absolutely, absolutely vile. I don't even understand how people are not going vegan after another. I really don't. And to say that halal is anything but evil and vile is absolutely ridiculous. It's crazy.
I wouldn't single out halal particularly. I think all of it is evil. I think.
Yeah, of course, Of course, but when you have a scale from very shitty to the worst possible thing, I think decapitating someone without even bolt gunning them before or whatever is, of course, it's worse. Of course, all of it is wrong and evil, but I think halal must be one of the worst things we could ever do to someone, especially since their nerve endings are at the back of their neck and not in the front, so they just fight for their life for I don't know, for minutes, and they suffocate on their own blood, and I don't know, man. It's just like strict out of hell.
Of halal means doing what is it like? It's not forbidding. Like wait. God,
Yeah, we
let
know
me
all
see
the
this.
rules. We know that
No,
a
no, no.
sharp
It's
knife.
like
You shouldn't see other animals. God allows it.
A base lab before that.
Halal means it's
Same
the meaning
old,
of
same
the
old.
word. The meaning of the word. I'm saying the meaning of the word means that
It's
like
permitted.
it's like it's
I
not
have
forbidden.
a question. Out of everything that you've heard from these guys talking, is there anything that actually made you think a little bit about your position?
What is my position again? From your view?
Well, from my view, I'll explain the way I see it, and correct me if I'm wrong. I think you know that what's happening is wrong. I think you're trying to do better, but I think from time to time you choose to ignore it and do something else because it's easier to do that. It's easier
Not ignore
to...
it. Not ignore it. I don't like the word ignore it. It's not ignore
Well,
it.
okay, maybe not ignore
We're
it, but you
humans, we
choose to...
sin.
It's not about sinning. You choose to
But
neglect the
the meaning of
exploitation
sinning
and
is like
suffering.
doing something wrong that you're not supposed to be doing. So
Yeah,
if
but
I
Roberto,
slip,
this isn't
it's
sinning.
not ignoring.
This isn't not cleaning your house. This is murdering somebody. This isn't a sin. This is the worst thing you can do to somebody. You take away their whole existence. They don't get a second chance at life.
No, I just don't like the word ignoring because it sounds like I don't care. Like it seems like it doesn't matter to me, which it does.
Yeah.
If you could
But
Well,
you say
actually-
ignore, like
To be honest, actually, what you're probably doing is probably worse because you're trying to find rationalizations. Actually, you're trying to override your feelings of guilt. That's usually what people do when they experience cognitive dissonance, right? So when you eat a meat, maybe this bad thought comes up, and you try to find up some other thought that will say, "Oh, you know what? It's okay. It tastes good. I'm here with my friends."
Not in the moment. Not in the moment. I wouldn't say in the moment. Maybe later. Like because you
Right.
know when you're with your friends and you're having fun, like you don't even look at the time. You don't even remember the time. Like, come on, have you guys not had that experience when you were with your friends and you're having fun? You don't even see the time. It's so much fun. It's like you guys are
Roberto.
high.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we should, at this point, we should just move on. I believe. I mean, it's like we're
Roberto,
just running in circles at this point.
we are running in circles, but I can tell you this. I remember that thing, and I also remember the first time I said no to my friends, and it was hard. My friends didn't like it, but after that, what had happened is it empowered me, because I didn't just become a follower to what everybody else does, including my friends. I empowered myself to make the choices that I want to make. So saying no to people empowers you.
Independent thinker. Yeah, that's good. That's more power
Yeah.
to you.
Yeah, but the thing about this is, like,
Can you
obviously,
stop putting those pictures. Like honestly, that really bothers me. Can you delete
Yeah,
that?
it should
please?
bother you. It should bother you. Yeah, of course.
It
Be
really
vegan,
does
man. What
bother
the
me.
fuck?
I'm not like.
Yeah, Roberto, we've talked
I'm
so
not like
much right
the-
now. You've heard all the arguments, you know what you're doing. You're a grown-ass man. You are able enough to make your own decisions. You are responsible for what you're doing. We've talked so nicely to you, but at this point, I'm so done. And just be vegan for the animals and stop lying to yourself and stop trying to make this look better as it is. You're exploiting animals to death and you can stop right the fuck now. So how many more animals should be exploited to death for you from now on? How many more? Say a number, Roberto. Come on.
Oh my god. You're being really aggressive.
Yeah, I have two sides. So let's hit it up. How many more animals should be exploited to death for you?
0.
Yeah. That's
Say
nice.
no to
And
your
are you
friends.
going to do something about it right now, or?
I'll try.
Do we try justice or are we doing it? Are we
I'm
just?
doing it. I'm doing it. I'm
Hell
So
yeah.
let me just okay. So let me just ask you this, because I just have like just one serious question. Okay, like, do you agree with the principle of veganism that humans should live without exploiting animals? Do you agree with this?
God, I thought we passed this.
Yeah, just answer no,
Oh, we-
because the thing is this. Hold
It's
on,
like
I'm
the
asking
same
this
circle
question.
we're going back and forth. I
No,
just
no, no,
said
no, 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 no,
I
no,
am
no, no, no,
committed.
no, no, no. Wait, one second. No, no, no. Actually, because I'm not
Everyone
sure,
wants a
because
piece
when
of
you,
me, like, guys,
Roberto,
relax.
Roberto, I'm asking this question because earlier you said you don't have any responsibility, and when you say
that.
this,
See,
then
you
you
put in words. Like, did I say that? I didn't say
no,
that.
no, you did, because I had to
Let's
explain
not.
to you
Let's
what
not.
supply and demand is.
Like Val, let's not rehash it. Roberto's been here a while. He's gonna keep coming back. So, I hope Roberto, you got something out of this, because I don't know, like, you're, yeah, maybe just sit and listen to the rest of the conversation.
Yeah.
Well, I hope
that would
Roberto
be fine
comes
with me.
back, because it's not your first time here.
Yeah.
That would be fine with me. I wouldn't. It's fine. I wouldn't. I would love to just listen and see.
Yeah, let's see who else has questions about animal rights or veganism, you know. On Felix stream,
Well,
it says animal farming should be legal. Does everybody agree? Go on,
thing
Val,
is,
sorry.
yeah, the thing is just like what kind of things could we provide you so that you are actually prepared in these critical moments that you feel vulnerable? What could we help you with so that you are equipped during these critical moments? Because as Chip also said, he was also in that kind of spot, and maybe he prepared himself for that moment, or it's just like in his in his character. But he stood up for himself. He knew what he has to say, and maybe you also need like maybe some help during these situations. That's all I'm trying to ask you.
Me?
So
We're
when do
back
you?
on me?
Yeah, of course, dude, of course.
I thought we
Yeah,
were.
I'm not even sure why this is funny,
something
dude.
else.
I'm not even sure why this is not funny, my guy. This is actually disrespectful, man.
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh.
So yeah, that's fine. It's just frustrating. The problem is this:
Sorry.
you have certain moments where you probably feel weak, right? And where it is tempting to consume animals. Is that correct?
My God.
Okay, I think we should just move on. I'm sorry. I tried my best.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I
Oh my
think we
gosh.
should move on. Yeah. Roberto will keep coming back. It's okay. We can do all we can do is our best. We can't do more than that. Alana, do you want to have a conversation with us? I had somebody in my chat who wants to join. Oh, Alana's just listening. That's
Yeah.
okay. But I don't know if they
Don't bite,
joined.
Alana.
Did they join the English hub or did they join SoyFeed? Not sure.
Up and given English Hub.
Ah, okay. Let me put that also then, and let me put English hub then. Because my link is towards SoyFeed.
Ah, sorry, Chip. Was that where you were wanting them, or?
No, wherever. I just thought that's easier. Okay, I pinned another message.
Oh, they've joined your link, that person, the Infinity. They've joined SoyFeed rather than English Hub.
Oh, that's fine. I can go to SoyFeed and have a conversation. Wait, I'll tag them there. I'll be there. Okay. what's the name of that user? Let me see, members. Jungfinity. Okay.
Hello, Mr. Chipper.
Hey, VPM. Yay. How are you
You waiting
doing?
for someone specific? There is
A
a lots of people.
Jungfinity. They just joined.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I placed them here in the chat. Did more people
Yeah.
join?
Oh yeah. All
Oh,
of them
okay.
want to go to English Hub though, so I don't know.
All of them want to go to English Hub now?
Yeah, but that's okay. If some of them want to come here right now, we can have a discussion here.
Yeah, let's see if they come here. Been drinking so much water. Whew.
You're
Some
so
peop-
healthy.
Well, it's sparkling water with lemon, so healthy-ish.
Are you still streaming, Chip?
Yeah, I am. I'm still streaming.
Yeah, sorry, I had to go, but
Unacceptable.
I'm so sorry. Yeah.
Hey, MP.
Hello, guys. Hey,
Hey.
how's it going? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. So, I guess I'll just start, or do you have any particular questions?
Well, why are you not
Yeah.
vegan is the question, I guess.
But first of all, can you move closer to your mic, wherever it is? Just move closer to it physically.
Yeah, I'm using my phone. I'll just move closer. Is it better
Yeah,
now?
just then find wherever the mic is and just like make it
All
closer
right.
to your mouth a little bit.
Sure. I'll just speak louder. Is it better?
Yeah, I mean, I can hear you. It's okay.
Fine. All right, great. So, why I'm not vegan? It's because I like eating meat.
Okay, but do you know that meat is the flesh of a sentient being?
Yeah, I do.
And do you think it's justified to do whatever you want to a sentient being because you like the taste of their flesh?
Well, I think it depends. I think it depends on whether or not, by doing so, harm is coming my way. If I eat a human being, then I run the risk of retaliation. But if I eat a cow, it's not like the cows are gonna organize and like eat my family members in retaliation. So yeah.
Okay, so wait, MP, if you could eat a human being and it tasted 2 times better than eating other animals, and you would not get any retaliatory response, would you be in favor of doing that, of killing and eating human beings?
In like a total vacuum, look, if it's in a society, then me killing and eating someone else, that normalizes the act, which makes myself susceptible to something similar in the future.
Let's
But
imagine
it's a
that it
total
wouldn't.
vacuum, right?
In a hypothetical
Yeah,
scenario
if
where
it's
it
in a total
wouldn't.
vacuum. In a total isolation, I think if it's like me and someone else, and we're
Well,
the
MP.
only 2 people in the universe.
For example, no,
Yeah, then I
MP,
think it's okay.
let me draw the hypothetical clearer. If you choose a different
Sure,
race of individuals and the whole society agrees that it's okay that different race to be exploited and slaughtered because they taste good, are you in favor of that?
Well, they're humans, right? They're just a different race, right?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. So you're not in favor of a different race, but you're in favor of a different species, correct?
Yeah, basically yes.
Okay.
If you're asking me why, I can explain.
Yeah. So imagine that there's a human being in front of you. I'll selectively pick a human being, okay? I'll just selectively pick a human being, and then I'll selectively pick an animal. And imagine that you see these 2 in front of you. What's the difference between them that justifies killing one but not the other for taste pleasure?
Yeah, well, it's the differentiating factor is whether or not the same logic that is used to justify the killing of that person or that animal can be used to justify the killing of myself.
No, but none of
It's
them.
basically
Again,
what-
so wait, MP, I explained to you when I told you that it's a different race, That's exactly why I told you it
Yeah.
can never be used to justify to kill you, because you are not that race. It would be a different race than you.
Then I think it's okay.
So you're in favor. Are you white? Are you black? Can I ask? Are you Asian? What's your race?
I'm in the middle. I'm like brown. I'm Middle Eastern.
Okay. Are you in favor of genociding Asian people and eating them?
In the current like in a vacuum or in like the actual work.
As long as it did not
That you
affect
live in.
you, as long as you would not be affected by it, as long as you it would pose no danger to you. Are you in favor of that happening?
Well, if it poses no danger to me and not to broader society and not to my future generation, like, you know, it's not just myself. It's also my relatives that I care about. It's my
Yeah.
future generations that
Yeah.
I leave behind that I care about. If it poses no danger to any of these people that I named, then no, I think it's fine.
Okay, so I mean, we obviously differ from that fairly logically, because my morals do not stem only from the position that whether I'm in danger or not of that happening to me. So would you like a society to be built upon your values? And by that I mean that if somebody realizes that they could do something to somebody else and that would not reflect in any way negatively on them or their family, would that make it moral what they're doing? Would you want a society built on that?
When you actually like consider the case of animals, that's kind of what we do already. Like, you know, if I kill a cockroach, I'm not gonna go to prison. There's no, you know, incentive to prevent me from that happening.
I mean, I don't know,
From doing
MP, it just sounds like you're the reason why rape is illegal. It sounds like you are the reason why that is illegal, because you are the person who's saying if you get pleasure out of it, then somehow it's justified as long as you get away with it, correct?
Well, you know, the thing is, you don't get away with it. You know, I also
But if you did,
understand that
MP, but if you did, then it would be justified, correct?
Yeah, like just to clarify,
it's
so
like, what? Sorry.
rape in the past was like legal, it wasn't illegal. So like if we transport you to 100 years back when rape was totally legal, you would be a rapist, right? Because rape feels good. You don't have to work much for it, and you just like take what you need, what feels good.
I mean, that's kind of like the cultural progression of humanity. I mean, we started
Yeah,
out
so
as
the answer
total
is
cave
rape
people.
would be moral back then. So for you,
I mean,
you would be a
yeah,
rapist.
back then,
The
you know,
answer?
back then in
You would
tribal
be a
times,
rapist,
rape
yes?
was kind of, yeah, it's like,
Yeah,
depends
I
on
just
how
want
far
a, I
back you
just want
go.
a yes or no. MP, I just want a yes or no. So 200 years
Well,
ago, if
if
we
it-
transport you 200 years, hold on.
No,
If we transport you to, hold on. If we transport you 200 years ago, you would be a rapist, yes?
100 years, no.
Wait, but
No, I'm
why?
saying
You would
200
get
years
away with
ago
it.
when
Yeah.
it was,
Yeah, you would
when
get
it
away
was
with it.
legal.
It was legal, you would get away with
100
it,
years
and nothing would persecute you. Yeah.
But it's not whether or not I myself get persecuted.
Sorry,
Like said,
I
it's
really
also-
want an answer. I really, really want an answer. So
I
if we
said no
transport you
already.
200 years ago, you wouldn't be a rapist when it was legal to be a rapist. But it feels good. Why?
Okay, so may I explain why?
Sure.
Because it's a detriment to
Yeah, okay,
society.
so-
But if it weren't a detriment to society, would you be a rapist?
No, it's not. It's not even about society. It's about normalize it. Me participating in rape normalizes the act, so that increases the likelihood of my future daughter getting raped.
Wait,
So
MP.
that is the reason why I wouldn't do it.
Wait, but no, if it
And I
were
care
just,
about my
if
future
rape,
daughter.
MP, if rape were only done to a different race other than you, would it be okay?
I mean, it's like this hypothetical where it's like never going to be used to justify the rape of me. Then yes, it's okay. But that's like so unlikely. That's like
Yeah.
impossible.
I think fundamentally, MP, there's no reason to continue this conversation because fundamentally we disagree on simple facts. I think considering you saying that something is moral because, well, it can never bite you in the ass, essentially, or affect you or your family. It's kind of fucked up. Do you think it's moral? For instance, do you think it's moral if somebody has sex, like rapes somebody, but then gets away with it by dying? They die the next day. They find out that they have a terminal illness, and then they will die the next day. Do you think it's moral if they choose to rape somebody?
No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. No.
But nothing bad will happen to them. Why not?
Yeah, well, I don't. Well, from their perspective or from my perspective.
Well, from their perspective, using your moral set of values, right?
Well, okay, if I'm that person and I know I'm going to die tomorrow, I still wouldn't do it. And the reason is because I might die, but my family lives on. The people that I care about live on. You know,
but if you have no family?
I care about,
if you had no family? If your family also dies tomorrow?
Well, I mean, I still have something to care about. If I'm a total nihilist and I have nothing to care about, yeah, I mean, that's how you get terrorist attacks, basically.
If your family dies tomorrow, and you also, so everything you care about dies tomorrow. You just happen to know. But
right?
Would you rape somebody, knowing that you could essentially get away with it?
If the apocalypse is coming and the world is ending tomorrow.
No, only for you and everybody. Only for you and everybody you care about.
Okay, yeah, then it's fine. Basically, that's like total nihilism, what you're describing. That's exactly what the point that people get to when they do heinous acts.
That's not what nihilism is. No. So nihilism is the idea there is no purpose to life. It doesn't mean you don't have moral values. I'm a nihilist. I have moral set of values. It doesn't mean I just believe that life has no meaning.
Can I just cut in?
Yeah, please.
You just said that this is what happens when people commit heinous acts. I'm wondering how they find it heinous in this context.
Well,
yeah.
Well, I'm like calling it heinous from my perspective, not necessarily from their perspective.
Wait, why would it be heinous from your perspective? From what I've heard so far.
Because, like I said. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, them doing something like this normalizes the act, and it can be used. Like if someone else is a horrible person, then the broader society looks at that person and they figure, well, if he's doing it and he's getting away with it, I might as well do it, and it normalizes the act, which increases the likelihood of that act being, forced upon myself. So I don't want other people doing that act in the first place.
Well, MP, it sounds like there are people on this planet who have immunity, right? Who have legal immunity.
Okay.
Do you think that the people who have legal immunity are acting morally if they do whatever they want?
Well, I mean...
Because there's no repercussions to their actions.
I don't believe that there are people where there are no repercussions. Maybe there are no legal repercussions.
Oh, brother, one of them is the President of the United States of America. He has immunity right now, and he essentially raped somebody. So let's not say that there isn't that type of person. But MP, I don't think we need to continue this because at least I personally don't want to continue having this conversation with you, since you're saying that rape can be moral as long as you or your family has nothing happening to them. Or you also said genociding other races is moral. Stuff like that. Yeah, that just means you're like I don't think you're a good person. I think you're kind of a shitty person.
Okay, fair enough. Can I go out with a closing statement, or you can just kick me, I guess?
I'm not really interested in having a closing statement if you're being shitty. You can mute yourself if you want and still listen to some conversations if you want. But that's kind of insane to have this position, and no. I don't know if everybody else. Do you guys want to have a conversation with this person?
I don't know if I want to have a conversation. I'm just trying, maybe just point out a very small thing, right? So if somebody else adopts your morality, you are still in danger, right? Because if they can adopt your morality plus not liking Middle Eastern people, not including Middle Eastern people in their group of protected species or their group of protected people. And I just think it would be like better to adopt morality where you examine logically whether a being is capable of suffering or something like that, and then just like not causing them suffering because that being would be impacted, not because you would be impacted. But what do I know?
I
Yeah.
am kind of interested.
I'm not sure what the question is. Sorry.
Well, what do you
Oh,
think
I
the role
didn't
is?
ask a
Yeah.
question. I just
MP
said like a comment.
What do you think the role of moral values is, MP? Because what you just described is your preference, not a moral values. If I tell you like this, morality is subjective, but it's objectively applied. Do you understand the sentence?
Morality is subjective but objectively applied. Here's how I would interpret that sentence: is that we all have like a subjective, personal sense of morality, but when it all comes together, it averages out to be an objective whole. Like if society, everybody agrees on something, it kind of becomes objective. Like it's an objective fact that you can't, kill and get away with it. But like subjectively, everybody else has a different opinion on, murder.
But do you understand what objectively applied means?
Well, objectively means related to the object, not the subject.
It means independent of subject.
Yeah, independence of the subject. Yeah.
Yeah, so that means if you're saying, for example,
yeah,
that it's wrong to kill, then it's wrong to kill any subject. If you're saying it's wrong to kill only these subjects, but every other subject it's okay to kill, you need to have a good justification for it. Otherwise, it's not objectively applied. Otherwise, it's a logical fallacy called special pleading.
Independent from the subject, I think that the way I would understand that is like it's not an opinion, it's more of a fact. I'm not sure whether objective means like whether the. I'm not sure if I have the same interpretation of objective as you do.
It's not my interpretation. Objective means independent of subject. So morality needs to be applied independent of subject. You know what the veil of ignorance is?
No, educate me.
So the veil of ignorance is the way they made rules, essentially, and moral values. It's a concept where, in order to say whether something is moral or not, if you do it to somebody, you put a veil behind there's somebody behind the curtain, a veil. You don't know who they are, what color their skin is, what species they are, etc. That's why it's called the veil of ignorance. You're essentially ignorant to the characteristics of this individual. So this is how we should build rules, using the veil of ignorance. Moral rules need to come using the veil of ignorance, because otherwise anybody could say, like you said you're Middle Eastern, anybody could say, well, I don't like Middle Eastern people. It's okay to kill Middle Eastern people. And it wouldn't be fair, would it?
Fair enough, but I agree with that statement that you made, but I think it really, where I would be very picky is like how we define the set of individuals, like who is allowed in this set and who is excluded from this set. Like
whoever is an individual.
Yeah, like are animals or individuals? Like the
yes.
debate becomes whether animals are individuals or not.
They are.
Yes, the answer is yes.
They have a subjective experience of the world.
say-
They're subjects of their own universe.
Okay, can you prove to me that my headphone doesn't have a subjective experience of the world?
I
Like,
cannot
how do you
prove.
know
I
if
cannot prove
someone-
negative statements. I can only prove the positive ones. And I made a statement saying that animals have a subjective experience of the world, and I have empirical data to back that up. Yes.
Wait. MP, right? Let's just do an honesty check. Okay. Did you just say you were questioning whether or not your headphones were having a subjective experience? Are you being genuine?
Yeah, but Yeah,
So
I
just-
do genuinely believe in panpsychism. I do genuinely believe.
So just to be
in-
clear, just to be clear, if there were a burning building and in that burning building there were two subjects, a pair of headphones and a dog, which one would you save at like 100 times, every single time? Which one would you pick to save?
Yeah, like, and I would pick the people, obviously.
The dog.
The dogs, sure.
Yeah. So let's not do this. Okay. I think you can understand that we acknowledge that, you know, these animals like us are sentient beings. And I think any other time until we start having a conversation with a vegan, suddenly, oh, headphones may have a subjective experience.
Wait,
Plugs may
you're
have...
jumping to conclusions.
Wait, you just said you believed that they were sentient, right?
No, I didn't. I said I will save them, but I didn't, like,
No.
you know, and the reason.
Right, no, wait,
Sorry,
MP,
what?
just to double check. I asked if you believed that headphones were genuinely had a subjective experience. That's what I take
Yeah, I think
sentience to mean. Yeah.
I think consciousness is this universal experience. Yeah, I think even like a piece of rock has consciousness. That you
Where
and I
would the
are
conscious- Where would the consciousness come from in a rock? Where would it come from?
I would say it's universal, like all matter, everything.
You know, we don't even need to entertain this nonsense, because you understand even that in a situation you value the dog far more, that every single time you'd save that dog over the headphones. So even I don't want to be on this blunt rotation, and we don't need to be.
All right. I would be happy to respond to this, but sure, if you want to mute me, sure.
No, it's not that. It's just that you just
blunt rotation of the subjective experience within the headphones.
Yeah, like it's
Right,
this
sure.
is extremely disingenuous. Like, I don't think I can't prove that you're sentient also. I can't prove that I don't know, that any of these people that I'm speaking to are ever have an experience of the
Exactly.
world. No, but what I go by, MP, is a logical conclusion, which is I know for a fact that they tell me they have a subjective experience of the world. I've seen them experience life, and therefore I deduce logically that they must be experiencing life. It doesn't mean it's the same as me, it's just that they're experiencing life. And then through science, we've established where that experience of life comes from, and it comes from the brain. So essentially, almost every being that has a brain, and I say almost because there are certain beings who have maybe such a tiny portion or such a brain that may not contain that experience of life. I'm unaware of them, but just to be clear. But every being who has a brain has an experience of life because they're and that makes them sentient, not because they're sentient.
Yeah, look, my morality is totally egocentric. That's why, like you said, you can't prove
Sounds
that
like
I'm
it.
sentient. Yeah, that's why I say, like, if I go save someone and the dog and, you know, all that, I do it because if I'm in a situation like that, I expect you to come save me and my dog, but not my headphone. But, you know, that aside, you
What the
saying that
fuck?
the differentiating factor is whether or not there is a brain. Like, at how you define a brain, like, does an insect have a brain? Does an ant have a brain? Like, what
Yeah,
is the
some
point
insects have
at What is
brains,
the
yeah.
line?
Yeah, if they're
But what
sentient,
is
as
the
I
line
said.
at which, like, you decide?
It's a sentience, as I said. The line is sentience because sentience defines them as individuals. If they're sentient, then they have a subjective experience of the world. They're an individual.
What the way you prove the sentience, your evidence for it, is the existence of a brain. Like, does a mosquito have a brain? Like, how
Does
do
it
you
matter?
define it exactly?
So does it matter,
Wait,
MP?
wait.
We know for a fact that the animals we farm have sentience.
Wait, I don't know why MP's asking us for proof of sentience when he seems to think that fucking headphones have a subjective experience. So dishonest. Are you joking?
I think, therefore I am. The only thing that I'm
You do know that the
100% sure exists is myself.
you don't think. I wish you would.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, fair enough indeed.
That's a good.
Chip, do you really know
That's
this
good.
is dishonest as fuck? Like,
It's
I-
dishonest as fuck, and you also just said that you're in favor of genocide. So I, as far as I understand, you don't have a problem with what's happening
Really,
in
but sure,
Palestine,
fair
right?
enough.
You don't have a
By
problem
the
with
way,
what's
Chip,
happening in Palestine.
Chip, sorry, people are asking to call in your chat, and I don't know who's like a mod who can like send the Discord into.
I'm doing it.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, Tone.
Don, can you put it and I'll pin it. I'll pin it.
I did. I'll put it again.
I just pinned it. Okay, I'll replace it again. Okay, everyone, if you want to join, the link is pinned by Soy Daddy. You see it there, the invite.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have some people who can actually honestly engage in a conversation rather than go, I believe headphones are sentient, but by the way, how do you measure, how can you prove sentience in these animals? Fuck me. Like,
I'm a mathematician, okay? I can't help it. Sorry.
no, you're a noob. Okay, behave.
No, it just sounds like you're using motivated reasoning, MP. You're not using logic or
Look,
critical thinking.
Look, this is your stream. I'll just leave if you're not having a good time. I can mute myself. Just tell me, you know?
Yeah, I think you should mute yourself. Yeah.
All right, guys. Sorry. See you guys.
Thank you. Kind of.
VPM Alexandra wants to join, but she said she doesn't have the permissions to join.
They're here.
I gave her the pens right now.
Ah,
Yeah.
nice. Hello, Alexandra. This is the server to be, Alexandra, by the way. This is the best server ever.
By the way, yeah, did you not get the onboarding, Alexandra? I'm not sure what happened there that you couldn't enter. I did mess with some of the stuff in the server today, so I'm wondering if I like ruined onboarding. Oh shit, I should join your server then, if it's the best. Drop a link. God damn it.
But her server is in German, so it can't possibly be the best, because,
Oh
you know.
fuck.
Yeah.
Unless there are English parts, but yeah.
Yeah, so anybody who wants to join the discussion, we have like a small panel happening here. So if you want to come from Chip's live stream, please wander in and
Yeah.
you'll see a bunch of vegans waiting for you
It would
to
be
talk
cool
to.
if that Anna came in because they're saying I'm not vegan and that's my choice in Chip's chat. They said people need to stay out of people's choices. And it's just weird. What about the choice of the other animals that's completely forgotten about?
Yeah.
Maybe you should come in and talk to Chip.
Yeah, come here and have a conversation with us. We don't bite. We're nice people. We ask questions. Some of the questions lead to extremely absurd stuff, like we just heard now. But we generally just ask questions. I see somebody else joined. Let me. You know what would be nice? I don't know if you can do that, VPM. Like a tag of the people that joined today.
Oh, too much work.
Just look in the high
I
channel
don't know
and
how
look at
to
the
do that.
dates.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking now. I'm looking at the members to see who joined.
So you've got Herald of Doom, you mean Quantum Wanderer, Infinity.
Yeah, you have Theo. Maybe we can
I'm trying to ping them here.
ask Theo. Yeah. There you go. I've done.
Nice.
I've done so.
I mean, you could just ping Soifo.
Yeah, I've done that in the Soifo discussion, and that.
Crazy. I think it's so. I'm sorry, but to have this view that everybody should save me, but I'm not gonna save anybody. It's.
I mean, it does us a favor. The people who are willing to argue against vegans then just make their position clear, and their position is just absolutely diabolical. So.
It's pretty bad. It's pretty It's a pretty diabolical position. You're right. If there ever were one.
Yeah. Let me see if Theo not lost.
I'm gonna answer some people in the chat meanwhile. Enjoy your cockroach soup. We don't eat cockroaches. We eat lentils, chickpeas, beans, tofu, tempeh, seitan. Weird.
It's a bit of a Sean Baker propaganda, isn't it? He was the one making the claim that vegans want you to eat bugs or whatever, and people reacting emotively to it.
Listening to Sean Baker must mean you're not very intellectual. I don't know.
It's the whole World Economic Forum thing, isn't it?
I don't know what that is.
Okay, somebody says because I don't want to destroy my hormones and body with a vegan diet. I'm pretty sure VPM you can easily answer this one.
I don't know about that.
No?
If
Okay.
easily.
Well, we can tell you fairly simple. You're not going to destroy your hormones or your body. We have empirical evidence showing that you can thrive on a plant-based diet. So yeah, as long as you get all your micro and macronutrients in, you're going to be healthy. Your body does not crave meat or animal products. Your body craves nutrition. Your brain transforms that nutrition from what it is to what the source is, but you're in control of your brain. So you can easily say, well, whatever I get from animal products, I could get from plant-based products. And that's true. So that's it. It's as easy as that. I don't know if that's pretty clear. I feel like I went around a little bit. Soy is an endocrine disruptor? No, it is not.
No.
Yeah, we also have evidence for that. So it does not affect
But
free-flowing
maybe
testosterone.
this person should present evidence to us, right? So they
Yeah.
are making the claim. So please present evidence to us and we can examine that. That's what this Discord server is for. You can post links here, right? And we can discuss whatever it is.
Yeah.
And just to remind everybody who's like frantically going to look for evidence right now, we are not rats. So if you find study in rats, not only was that study conducted immorally, but also its translation is unlikely, right? Only 5% of whatever happens in rats translates to human beings. It's better to assume that it doesn't work in human beings that way.
Not with that attitude, you're not. No, that wasn't a good one. Sorry. Let's see. Man, there's a lot of things being said. I'm going to have...
Somebody ask some actual questions.
Somebody asked me, you need a woman to speak for you? Yes, women are superior to men. I'm inferior to most women. Well, at least I am.
I'm
you
not
know.
a woman.
And also, yeah, VPM is not a woman. So, I'm anyway. Like I do need women to speak for me. I'm not as smart as most women are.
I've heard something really interesting not too long ago, but I don't want to derail the topic, but I will tag you, Chip, in the side channel, because this is actually really interesting.
Genuine question: do you think pets should be vegan too, like dogs/cats? Well, if you're calling out a strict definition of veganism, as in, do dogs or cats say that it's wrong to exploit other animals? I don't think they can be. I don't think they can understand the concept. But can dogs or cats be plant-based? Yeah. We have evidence for that also. As long as you feed them like a plant-based formula, like the actual dog or cat food that is plant-based, that has all the requirements. I think for cats they require taurine, and for dogs, I don't even know the exact macronutrients or requirements for a dog. But as long as you feed them all that, yeah, you shouldn't have any issues. Hey, Geraldo, do you want to have a conversation with us?
Looks like Herald of Doom. So Herald or Doom.
Herald of Doom 2000. Tell us why are you why are you not vegan?
I'm kind of in the middle of it right now, just thinking about it, looking at all the factors, and I do have some questions. Maybe you can clarify on them.
Sure. But wait,
so-
before that, do you know what being vegan means?
It's mostly plant-based, right?
Well, being vegan
All
means
plant-based?
you reject the exploitation of animals. Do you
Yeah, I
understand
can
what that
totally
means?
get on board with that.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, like factory farming, making belts out of them, fur coats, and
Well, all sorts
the
of
whole nine.
farming. Exploitation involves all sorts of farming, not just factory farming, but yes.
So yeah, I'm on board with all that, but I just wanted to clarify some things, and maybe I'm in the right space. Talk to the
Yeah.
experts on this.
Go for it.
What is like the end goal? Because humans eat animals. We've been eating them for thousands of years. I think humans, we have this tendency to be extreme with things. So everything we do now that we have like 8 billion people on the planet, there's like, there's so many mouths to feed, and we've been doing it for thousands of years. Now it's to a point where it's to an extreme. So it seems like, I don't know, I'm trying to be realistic about it. I don't see humans as a whole getting away from eating meat products.
I mean, so can we establish that what we do to animals is an injustice? And then I can answer this question.
Oh, completely. Definitely.
Yes. So the thing about it is that every single injustice that we've been doing for a long time, like we've had several other injustices that we've done throughout our human history, right? Like,
Yep.
I don't know, slavery is one. Women not having rights is another. These are the quickest examples that come to mind. We could have easily said that those will never end, right? Like women could have easily said, we're never gonna not be seen as a property of a man. We're never going to be seen as nothing more than a cook or something. But you see, things have changed because of the suffragettes, because of other rights activists. So things do change. And it can seem like this is never going to change. But I believe that it will. And not necessarily because of animals' rights, just like women's rights didn't only change because of women's rights.
Right.
I just think it will change because it doesn't benefit society for us to do this to animals. That's
How long do you think that we need? Because if we've been doing this for thousands of years, how long do you think humans need? Do we need another 500, or will technology evolve to a certain space to where, it pushes us further? It just seems like this generation, this age, is very like instant gratification, and meat products and stuff like that give you that instant gratification.
Well, that's the thing you're pointing out, the problem, right? The problem is just the people not willing to change. We have all the technological advances we need to be vegan, as evidenced by this room of people, right? Even when 99% of people are not vegan, and most places that do not accommodate for vegan consumption, we still are able to be vegan. So when people choose to transition, when people realize that exploiting, slaughtering animals is immoral, once everybody just does change their habits and their consumption habits and their mindset and all of that, that's it. It's done.
Yeah, because it seems like it came during the industrialization. Like we went from revering animals, like the natives, different cultures, to mass producing them. And that's happened with a lot of things.
The people who revered animals, they still exploited and slaughtered them. They just did it on a smaller scale, I think.
Yeah, much smaller scale.
Yeah, just being exploiting somebody, one being, is not as bad as exploiting 500,000 beings, but it's still bad. It's still immoral.
But that's my thing right there. If I would prefer us to just go back to revering them, maybe hunting them, instead of mass producing them, putting 200, 300 in one farm. And
what's the justification?
I think we just need to slowly go back. I feel like one big push can't happen. I feel like we have to slowly transition
the
back,
evidence for that?
and then we can be like, well, this isn't good either. You know what I'm saying?
What's the evidence for that? I mean, the women were granted the right to vote. What it is within 10, 20 years or something like that? And then it was
I
done.
mean, people can understand women getting rights. People can completely understand it, but when people talk about animals, it's not even like
Well,
they
that's
don't
a
like you.
different
The people
thing,
you
right?
can talk to, they don't see them as sentience. They don't see them, you know, as having feelings and stuff like that. So I think it's like
Well,
a harder push
that's
to
the problem.
get
The
people
problem
to.
is, yeah. The problem is with the misunderstanding of people. The problem is not technological. Like, if we wanted, if everybody, like, if I could push a button and everybody all of a sudden realize, oh my God, I'm paying for literal flesh of a sentient animal who was bred for this, like, exploited, probably, most likely tortured, and then slaughtered. If
Yeah, like
I
I'm
could push a
fully on
button
board
and
with that. Like
hold
I
on,
don't eat a
hold
lot
on.
of meat now, but it's
Yeah,
just I'm
hold on.
trying to get us to the point where, you know.
Yeah, I'm trying to make a point to answer your point, right? So, like, if I could push that button and everybody realizes that, and they would just like, everybody like stopped buying this shit, we could like fix it immediately. This could happen technologically, right? And so I'm not understanding why you're saying, well, we should like abolish factory farming, but keep shooting them in the lungs in the wild. Why?
I think we start small, and then you limit
Why?
it, just to get people on board. I think one big push doesn't work. I don't think that ever works. When you just say, "Well, we're done eating meat altogether," I don't think that works.
Well, the push is like, I don't know, the political whatever pushes are gonna be pushing, but like right now we're asking like individual people, why
Yeah.
would you advocate for sentient beings being shot in the lungs? Advocate against it. You yourself change your consumption habits and your mindset, and say, no, I'm not gonna think that it's okay to shoot an individual in the lungs just because it's gonna take some other people a little bit more time to get on board. That's silly.
Yeah. So
I mean,
wait,
yeah, I don't hunt. Oh yeah, you can go ahead.
Herald of Doom, like we can have this conversation about how it will happen. I
Mhm.
think we all have opinions, but I think let's first establish the responsibilities that we have as individuals. Do you think you have
Right,
responsibility as an individual for the animals that are exploited and slaughtered for you, regardless of how it's done, whether it's done in a factory farm setting or a
Oh,
small
definitely.
farm?
Definitely.
Yeah.
I do. I feel like a obligation to animals, nature, and you know.
Do you think it's moral for you to make these choices where you oppress animals, where animals are oppressed for you?
Oppressed? No, I don't think any animal should be oppressed. I just, you know, I'm trying to tie it to nature. You know what I'm saying? Like the food chain,
Yeah.
how humans have been doing things naturally. I'm trying to ground it somewhat in what humans actually are nature. We try to get away from our nature, but most humans are savages.
But
We
Herald,
pretend to have this type of suit and tie thing.
but you wouldn't want anything that happens in nature to happen to you. The reason why we stayed away from nature and the reason why we created our own society is because a lot of parts of nature are awful. And we can't pick and choose this one part of nature that says, oh, well, taking somebody's whole existence for my 10 minutes meal is somehow okay because it happens in nature, can we?
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, so if you think you have responsibility for this and you think it's wrong, what is keeping you from never doing it again? Like, what's your... Because you seem to be thinking that you want to stop it, so why not just stop it today? What's keeping you from it?
Me personally, I don't eat a lot of meat. I still do eat it, but I mostly eat salads. But I always have like some type of protein on the side. Maybe like grilled chicken pieces in the salad. But
Can I give
what's
a short
stopping me?
observation, Harold? Can I give a short observation?
Yes, go ahead.
So we're kind of asking you like a moral question. When are you going to stop participating in paying for exploitation and slaughter of animals? And you move on into, well, I do it just a little bit, and these are the things that I
And you want a
also
direct
eat.
answer.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, I would appreciate like not exactly direct answer. You can like explain a little more, right? But like an answer to the actual question. The question is moral.
Yeah, it's to the animals. It's about your perspective on these
I'll tell you,
individuals.
when I stop, and I have no problem stopping, it's just when I'm able to be a little bit more financially stable. I don't really have the financial backing to plan out everything and buy all. You know, I'm just in an environment right now. I'm living with family. They eat meat, so I'm kind of just eating it too. Usually, I'm just fruits, vegetables, and then once in a while a burger or so. But it's mostly my family oriented. I grew up around like a very cookout oriented family. Steaks, burgers, the whole nine. So it's not. It's kind of it's just in the environment, I guess I
I
would
mean,
say.
here you go again, talking about like the habits of eating meat when we're asking you about your like moral stance.
Are you asking me? Is it like it's bad? I don't think that should happen. That's my moral stance. I don't think.
Then why
I think industrial farming is bad. What do you mean by? Or what? Maybe I'm confused.
why don't you think that shooting somebody in the lungs in the wild is not bad?
Personally, I think it's more of like you earned it instead of going to the supermarket.
What the
And
fuck do you
even
mean
using
by
a gun,
that?
even using a gun doesn't seem as good to me. But it seems more like you earned it.
But wait a
More
minute.
what
earning?
our ancestors had to do.
I know what this means. So earning essentially means there's this preconception that if you kill the animal yourself, it's somehow okay. But Harold, like if somebody had power over you and they killed you, would it be okay if they did that because they did it themselves and they didn't pay somebody to do it?
I mean, if I know you're coming and I know there's somebody after me, then it's like I have to do everything in my power to prevent that situation.
But if you can't, because they just have so much power that you can't really prevent it. You can't run away from it. Would it be fair if they did that to you?
It wouldn't be fair, but it would just be how things are. It just would be, that's just how it would play out. It wouldn't be fair to me.
Yeah,
because I value my life, but it would just be how it played out.
Yeah, but just to be clear, when we're having these conversations, we understand how things are. We're just asking how things should be. So do you think that this person, if they had a choice between choosing, or this individual, whatever, if they had a choice between choosing to kill you with their own hand, or choosing to pay somebody to kill you, or choosing not to kill you at all, what would be the right choice to make?
I mean, either do it with your own hands or don't, I would prefer you not to. That's just my take on it.
Yeah, but even if they did it with their own hands, would that be okay, given that they would have so much power over you that you couldn't even fight back?
No, that wouldn't be okay. If I have no way of fighting back, I think that's the critical part.
And even if you did, and even if you did have a way to fight back, let's also grant that, like you would have a way to fight back, but they would just be more powerful than you, for whatever reason. Would it be fair for them to choose to pick somebody who has less power and go to them and choose to kill them because they get some benefit out of their flesh, out of their body?
Yeah, with the power difference, it's not fair. It's not fair at all.
Yeah, so when we do that to animals, we do definitely have a power difference, right? Whether that power is intellectual or whether that power is coming from a tool, we do have a power differential that is unfair, that makes it unfair regardless. But even if I had the same power, let's imagine that Tone and I, who is in this conversation, that we're both just as strong. If I devise a plan and I force Tone in a situation where Tone has to fight for his life, is that fair for me to put Tone in the situation for Tone to fight for his life simply because I want to?
I think as far as animals, I feel like they're used to having this fight or flight mode. So I think they're, I think that's just a part of nature in a way.
But we all have a fight or flight mode. That's why we get anxiety these days, because our fight or flight is for nothing.
Yeah, but humans are like dead now. Their fight or flight modes are like completely like non-existent nowadays.
No, it's very much existent. It's the reason why we have a lot of anxiety. Again, it's because our fight or flight is still very much existent, but we have nothing to flight or fight from. But it's still there. The feeling is still there. And either way, like, let's imagine that Tone was living in the wild and he would experience dangers wherever he's living, right? Like maybe there's some animals attacking him from time to time. Maybe there's falling rocks or something. Would it be fair for me to be an extra burden on Tone's life, to just choose for him to fight for his life all of a sudden, even though knowing that he could win and I could lose? But would it be fair for me to put him in that situation?
I think the tricky word is like fair for me. I think like it's just a part of the environment. If you know that your environment is dangerous, you have to plan for every obstacle.
But why create extra danger? If the environment is dangerous, how is it fair to create extra danger? That's the question, right? Like, we're all like, there is some form of danger to everyone. I mean, obviously to humans, not as much as to any animal in the wild. But how would it be fair for somebody to create a little bit more danger for you simply because they want to?
I mean, humans are unpredictable. I feel like you can't really trust any individual. You always have to keep an eye open. So,
but we're talking about the rational side. We're talking about rationality, right? We derive rules of fairness based on rational, like we use our rational side. We don't use our emotional side on whether something is fair or not. We're talking about rationally speaking. Is it really fair to put somebody into more danger, knowing that simply because you can?
No, no, it's not the right thing to do. That's it. It's not the right thing to do on that side of things. It's not.
And that's exactly what we're doing to animals, essentially, right? Even if animals, let's say you would go hunting as it was proposed, you would still, yet again, take the life of an animal, put them in a position where, by the way, with any single animal on this planet, we have complete power over them. Because you would not be fighting an animal. You would be, using a knife, using, I don't know, a rifle, whatever. It would not be fair.
It's mostly us as a collective. In groups and gather, when we put our minds together, we can pretty much accomplish almost anything.
Yeah, but the question is, and you're right about that, I agree with you, but the question becomes about morality, because you acknowledge, again, your responsibility in the matter, you acknowledge that it's not fair. So, the question that Alexandra likes to ask and that I got from her, and it's a very good question, knowing all this, how many more animals should be exploited, killed, treated like an object, essentially, for you, going forward?
Me personally, I can see myself, once I've gathered myself and where I need to be, that doesn't have to be a part of my life at all. I plan on working in a wildlife rehabilitation center, so this doesn't have to. That's a part I'm trying to get rid of.
Yeah.
To honor nature more, but I'm trying to balance the scale somewhat because you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to balance the scales for if this is a thing that can actually happen. Like me, I know it can happen, but can it happen as a whole? Because me alone, I can't. That's not something I have the power to snap my fingers and do.
But either way, let's imagine that hypothetically speaking, this will never end. Like, would it still, like, if we took the different injustices that we've been speaking about, and we say, well, women's rights, women are never going to get the same rights as men. Women will always be seen as a property of men. Does that mean that you yourself should treat women that way? Does that mean that you yourself should participate in this injustice, even if everybody else does?
No, of course not.
Yeah, and the thing about it is, when I call it this injustice, it can easily be seen as this one big thing. And our instinct is to say, well, we need to end it because it's an injustice. And that's why I'm an animal rights activist, by the way. But being vegan is not necessarily about trying to end the injustice. It's about you yourself not being part of it, but in a way that you recognize that on the other side of injustice, there's individuals. It just happens to be billions of individuals on this injustice. Like, for instance, Alexandra was saying that today it's January 3rd, and up to today, we've killed as many animals as there are humans on this planet from the beginning of the year. So it takes 3 days for us to kill 8 billion animals. 3 days.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah, and obviously, if you were to, let's say you would to be plant-based, it would be what? It would be 8 billion people, 8 billion animals minus. Let's imagine that one animal would be specifically killed for you in this time. So it would be 8 billion minus 1. It could seem like, well, that number hasn't changed at all. But in reality, what has changed is the life of that one individual. And,
right, I see your point.
Yeah, because when you're on the other side of it, when you're the individual suffering from it, you don't really care that it's happening to everyone. You care that it's happening to you.
Right, I see that.
Yeah, so where are you having difficulty? Maybe, we can give you some resources or something.
My main thing is just getting in a financial position. I'm trying to get through school, struggling with financial things. So once I get past that little obstacle, then everything kind of falls in line, and then I can start living how I really want to live. But you know, living with family, things like that, you're in an environment where you know you don't have control of all the factors around you.
Let me ask you a question. Does your family love you?
Yes.
Do they treat you with respect?
In their own special way.
I don't know what that means, but yeah.
They have
the
a
respect
unique
you
way.
have.
Everybody has a different
Yeah.
way of.
Yeah.
So the
thinking
question is,
that-
if you stand up and say, listen guys, this is the thing that I now find morally wrong, and I want to adhere to that, will you support me? So the question is, will they support you?
I think they'll be like, "Oh, that's a great idea," but then things don't actually, you know, things around don't really change in
I
a
mean,
way
what-
that's, you know.
What do you think would be
Like,
the
that's a good
problem for
idea.
them? What would be the problem in their support? Like, would they like force feed you meat?
No, it's just where like this house is. I don't eat meat as much, but this is a heavy household meat. So even me not eating
Yeah,
meat
but
as
it
much.
doesn't matter, right?
sti-
It's like you can.
Yeah.
I also come. Everybody here comes from a meat-heavy household. There is no meat-heavy households in the world, probably, right? Most households are meat-heavy, in one way or the other. But all of us are vegan, anyways, because that's the right thing to do. So the question is, if they're not going to force feed you meat, what would be the problem of you being the one vegan in your family?
Well, now that you laid it out, I imagine it's just a thing of willpower, just saying no. So
Yeah, and imagine
you know,
if
just
you're,
being like, no, I don't do that.
if hypothetically speaking, I'm just throwing a wrench in all of this. If hypothetically speaking, your family start eating dogs, would you be able to say no to that, or would you say no
no.
to that?
Not in a million years.
Yeah. So you see, when it comes to these animals, you grant them the respect. You respect their rights. You grant them the the respect that they need.
Wait, I'm not sure I understood. Would you eat a dog if your family ate a dog, or would you not?
No, he said no. I think, right?
Not in a million billion years. I have 3
Okay.
cats. They're like my children.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so you are granting these rights for a dog if they were a dog, but you know, a dog didn't choose to be born a dog, and a cow didn't choose to be born a cow. So to say, well, you were born a cow, therefore I'm not going to say no to my family because you're a cow. If you were born a dog, I would have said no. Isn't that like very unfair?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know how old you are, and I don't know your exact situation, but I can understand
I'm
why.
25.
Oh, you're 25. Okay. Yeah, but we can provide you with resources to help you adopt a plant-based diet on your own. But as you just said, you have to say no to your family, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's just, you know, talking to y'all, I've just been playing it out in my mind. Where does it go? I've always tried to look at the big picture. So when I be like you, when you laid it out, you said, well, even the one individual animal, whatever it may be, will
Yeah.
feel better for it. You know, I'm thinking like, oh, we have to save all of them, how many ever are out there first before we even can start focusing on the small things.
Oh.
I mean, here's the thing, right, Harold? You can just focus on saving animals from yourself, and then we can continue from there, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Harold,
Okay.
I'm
Yeah,
going to
go
ask you this last question I asked you before. How many more animals should be exploited for you starting today from now on?
0.
Rather, that means going vegan. I like you. I'm gonna share with you. There's a thing called Challenge 22. I don't know if you know about it. Essentially, if you subscribe to it, they send you recipes every day. They help you adopt a plant-based diet within your budget. So if you have budgetary constraints, they can help you with that. They even help you.
That's interesting. I like that.
They can even hook you up with a dietitian if it's required. All of it for free. Do you think you can try Challenge 22? It's just 22 days after all.
Oh, definitely. I'm already like on the path. I just, you know, when it's all in your head, you want to talk to other people to see where their minds are about it. So this kind of has laid out, you know, some questions I've had, and it's going to make the path very much more easier because I've already been headed down there.
Nice.
Perfect. And there is another channel in this server called Going Vegan Resources. Whenever you need something, you can pop in there and see if it's there. And if not, you just can, ping any of us and we can help you out. Right?
Okay. Oh yeah, and another thing, what do y'all think about like fish, like eating fish and like seafood type of?
Fish are
is that the
obviously
same thing?
sentient. Fish are obviously sentient. Some seafood is unclear, possibly not sentient. Like if you can get your hands on a jellyfish, you're welcome to eat them.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess it depends on how the jellyfish is caught also. If it is farming, that is industrial farming, then the jellyfish will come with other rights violations like other fish that is caught in the sea along with jellyfish.
Okay.
But if
Oh
it's
yeah,
just-
that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but if it's like farmed jellyfish only for jellyfish, then yeah, I don't mind that. If it's farmed oysters, I don't mind that. But if it's from an industrial farming site where they net and they use trawling to kind of pull out every animal, then I'm not okay with that. Yeah.
I see. So it's just about doing the research. I see.
Yeah, and like the problem with fish is that the reason why it's so easy for us to, well, not dismiss them, but think differently of them, is because they're essentially just beings without limbs. Because they don't have hands or feet or legs or anything, and they kind of
Or
move
voice.
around, or a voice, and they kind of move around like weirdly, right? So we think, oh, they can't
Yeah.
possibly be like us. But if you think about, if you remove the voice, the limbs, out of a human being, you'll realize that if they swim through water, they would move essentially the same way. So, and they do, fish, I think that they do also go in packs more than other animals. But that's something we as humans also do. So I don't know what to say about it.
Yeah, I'm seeing the picture. It's just I'll probably just do some more research. I'm a very research heavy person, so I'll probably look into all that and yeah,
And
this
try-
will be an interesting ride.
Try Challenge 22. You'll see that you get all the help that you need, and I think they can even help you if you're ever having difficulty talking to your family or something. I think they even have help with that. But
Yeah, I'll definitely check in with that. I'll write it down.
Harold, if you look in the chat, I've just posted a link tree of resources. There's documentaries, there's health resources, there's all sorts of stuff in there if you want to take a look.
Oh, I definitely will. That's interesting. Yeah.
Okay,
I'll
let's
definitely
move on
take a
to
look.
Theo. I'm sorry, this is
All
a
right,
little
thank you
bit
for
of a
having me on there.
factory.
thank you for being
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
open-minded, man. That's cool.
Yeah,
All right, y'all
thank
have a
you,
good
Harold.
one.
You too.
You too.
Hey, hi guys, how are you?
Not too bad.
Hi, okay, cool. So let me just start off by saying I'm not vegan at all. But I do respect the moral standing. It's not just an opinion. I understand it's a moral standing as well. I also have a lot of students that are vegan, so I get it. But I just wanted to figure out my big problem with getting so much plant-based material to people is kind of the environmental impact, and I understand meat has the same.
No, meat
and
has
so
way
there's
worse.
that debate to have way worse, but I'm talking about things like packaging and farming methods and all
Meat
that.
has
So
it way
do you
worse, yeah.
think there's- Yeah. No, 100%. But sorry, I'm from South Africa, so if I don't speak the grammar and stuff so nicely, just excuse that. So would you say there's like a next step that veganism needs to go to ensure that it happens a little bit cleaner as well? Obviously there is the debate, as I said, about the meat industry, which I don't support, by the way. Being in South Africa, there is opportunity to get meat yourself through hunting. So my food isn't packaged, and I use an entire animal over the whole year for me and my family.
Yeah. So Theo, first of all, do you consume dairy products?
Not much.
So you
I'm
consume some,
also
so it's
not
not
a
just an
fan
animal.
of artificial insemination and
Yeah,
you know,
so
taking eggs away from chickens and milk away from baby cows. I'm not a fan.
But you do pay for them.
So Rarely, yes.
Yeah. So the thing about it is that you see, what you're doing now is you're creating this unrealistic expectation out of veganism, right? Because veganism is essentially just you yourself choosing to not participate in an injustice. It's you yourself saying it's wrong to do this to animals, and I'm not gonna do it because I don't need to. But you are then setting a higher standard for vegans or veganism by saying, well, why are vegans or should vegans or veganism also concern not using
I mean,
plastic?
in South Africa,
It's not.
at least,
It's
we
just
don't have a lot of
differentiation.
modern farming and stuff. So there's plenty of pesticides,
You do.
plenty of packaging, plenty
do.
of distribution channels that are extremely cruel, and a lot of
Well,
small
no, you see,
wildlife is killed. Jackals are shot all the time. Porcupine are shot all the time on
but
farms.
all of
and so
this,
if you need to support all
Theo,
of that,
Theo, all
is
of this,
very hard.
Theo, all of this is done. All of this is done for the farming of animals also. Okay, so
Yeah, but
all of
that's not
this,
done to
and it's
support
done
farmed
multiplied. It's done even more multiplied, right? And yes, you do support the farming of animals. So it's established. You buy eggs and milk, or dairy products, or cheese, or whatever, right? So you are supporting this side of it anyway. And now what you're saying is that I'm gonna go and hunt an animal because this is better. But if you go around hunting an animal, while maybe none of the killings of crop production do not happen, which you do not know that they don't, because some of those animals do still, how should I put this? They may still eat food that was created by us, and we have to create more, whatever. We go down the utilitarian path that I don't like. But the whole point of it is that the crop deaths that are happening to animals are not intentional. They're not our intention. When farmers kill those animals, their intention is not to kill the animals. Their intention is to defend their crops. Their intention is, hey, I want my food protected, and it's within my rights as an individual to protect my food. It's not
Yeah, but I
within my
think
rights
sometimes
to
that's
violate
pointless
somebody
murder,
else's
though.
rights simply because I can.
Yeah, but I think that's for the purposes of production. That's almost like a pointless life being taken without a cause.
Wait,
Wouldn't that apply to the whole
people
industry?
shooting animals with a pest label. Pest control is huge in South Africa, and putting that label onto an animal that's essentially a wild animal that you've taken its habitat over to farm is, I think
Can
it's a bit
I
of a stretch.
can I clarify that point, please? Hi, I'm Alex, by the
Sure.
way. Hi, Theo. Hi.
Hi,
Well,
Alex.
hi. So the thing is about the crop deaths argument. There are many, many situations in our world that involve other animals, and we have to think about them in an ethical way. But that is not what veganism aims for. Veganism is having one very, very straight goal, and the goal is to abolish the commodification and exploitation of other animals. So that doesn't mean that veganism can solve all the other problems. They are there, and vegans don't like them. Really, I don't like that there are crop deaths for my food too. I really don't. But the thing is, as Chip just mentioned, this is more about the intent behind it. Because when we plant plants or plant crops to consume them, we plant crops to consume them. We don't plant them to kill all these other animals. This is not what we want to do. And there are ways where we can absolutely plant plants without harming any animal at all. For example, vertical farming or whatever. So there are ways to do that more ethical and with less harm. But this has nothing to do with veganism. This is an issue that is outside of veganism, actually. So veganism is the stance that humans should live without exploiting other animals. And that is how do you say? And this is just regarding the animals that we exploit. You know what I mean? But those crop deaths, we are not commodifying them. We're not exploiting them. Yeah, we're killing them. We also kill animals in other situations. But this has nothing to do with veganism itself. So we see one issue, which is the commodification of other animals. And we have a solution for you, which is being vegan and rejecting their commodification, abolish animal exploitation. There are other problems too where we don't have a solution yet, but please don't mix that up,
Yeah,
I just
and
want to clarify that
understand.
because I think it's very important.
I understand what you're saying, Alex. But I think for me, like I grow my own veggies in my backyard. They're not packaged. I collect them in a basket and bring them inside. I don't use pesticides or herbicides.
That's nice.
And for me, the choice of consuming meat and how I harvest such meat.
Harvest? I'm sorry. Do you mean
Yeah,
how
I know.
you kill the animal?
Sorry for triggering you guys. I'm so
Yeah,
sorry.
they're not
No.
plants. You harvest plants. You can also
Yeah.
not
Well, but
harvest
I was
humans,
also
right?
raised in a home where everybody eats meat, and when I do consume meat, I do it with the utmost respect as well, and I don't really want to say appreciation because I think
Well, I do
there
the
is a lot
same.
of and
Yeah.
so
No,
so
it's
so
fine. It's
but
I
but
get
let
it.
me
I
just
get it.
get to
When
my
when
next
I
point. So
commodify
for me,
children, when I commodify children, and when I use them as a means to an end, I do it in the most respectful way too. So I get it. I completely get it.
okay, so for me, it's like a scale, right? Um, I don't have straws. I don't have additional packaging. I don't use
But Theo, it's not about that. I'm
veggies that
sorry,
come
Theo.
from
It has
wild
nothing to do
crops and
with
stuff.
that. It has nothing to do with that. Because you see, when Alexandra explained to you this whole thing, what veganism is about, I think there's one thing that you don't realize is all of it, the crop deaths, the fact that animals are killed in the production of crops, the fact that our air is polluted by transport, all of this shit is awful. But if you take this particular issue, the fact that animals are killed by crops, for example, which you may say it's comparable to killing an animal for your food, right? This particular issue can never be solved if you commodify animals. It can never be solved if you will continuously see an animal as an object that you can just take from because you can. Not only that it
No,
can
I
never
think
be solved, but if the
I don't think I agree with that. I
but
think
if
even
Theo, if you were vegan,
acknowledge that animals
if you were
die
vegan,
for your food,
Theo,
then
if
you
you
should
were
look at the entire impact, even
no,
the
no,
broader
Theo,
impact
it's not
of
about
where
death.
your
Theo,
food's
it's not
coming
about
from.
death. It's not about death. We've explained to you several times. No matter what you're gonna do, some animals are gonna be killed. If I drive my car, I might accidentally hit a bug on my windscreen. That does not justify me going around and killing bugs because I want to, does it?
No, but you want to because you want to get the pest out of the crop.
Okay, I got
Can I
another
interrupt you for
example
a
for
second?
you in the I got another example for you in the human context, Theo. Okay, so just imagine there is someone out there that is enslaving other humans. They do it, they commodify
There are
them,
people out there enslaving
let
other
me
humans.
let me make my point, please. So
Yeah.
just imagine there's someone out there who is commodifying other humans, and this person is using them as a means to an end, which means that this person is disregarding the interests of those enslaved humans solely because this person puts their own interest above the interests of those slaves. So that is commodification and exploitation, which means that you
And it's
use
wrong.
someone. Exactly. But what if this person is now saying, well, we kill humans when we drive cars, and so it's okay for me to kill those humans and to exploit them because humans get killed in other situations too, even though we can maybe find ways to not kill them when we drive cars. It has nothing to do with each other. There is one situation where you commodify an entire existence, and there's one situation where you, I don't know, have an accident, where you protect your crops, where you have anything else,
Are you
but it is not on the same level. You know what I mean?
so collateral damage?
Yeah, basically.
Can
But
I?
but this collateral damage is not giving anyone a justification to exploit someone to death or to use someone as an object.
I understand where you're coming from. I'm just saying I don't think it's so much collateral damage as it is um, active displacement and habitat
Yeah,
destruction
it is,
that
but it
to
is
make
not,
way for
because
food.
yeah, but it is not because we want to be vile towards those animals. It is not because we
I
want
agree.
to do that. It's a necessity because otherwise there's nothing else for us to eat. If we cannot if we can't even eat plants. And so also, by the way, there are studies out there that most of these rodents, and so they just run away in the crop fields when these big machines
Yeah,
come.
exactly.
Like they're not stupid. I mean, if they're hurt and they can't move, it's bad. But as I said, it is not mandatory if you want to grow plants to harm animals and to kill them. It's not mandatory. It might happen most of the time because of our technological stance right now. But there are ways to do that without killing these animals. But still, even if we have to do that to protect our crops, it's not automatically giving us a justification in another situation where we commodify someone else. This has nothing to do with each other. It's unrelated.
Wait, sorry,
Yeah.
can I also chip in for a second?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Theo, so let me first explain what veganism means to me, right? So veganism for me is an extension of human rights, you know? So I would treat a trait equalized human. What I mean by trait equalized human is we understand that humans and animals have differences, like physical differences, like a cow walks on 4 legs, a human walks on 2 legs, etc. But when I talk about trait equalized human, I'm talking about these morally relevant differences which have been equalized, you know. For example, let's say there's a human who's more intelligent than animals. I'm removing that and I'm making the human more like an animal. Does that make sense?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, awesome. So if I were to take animal rights to be an extension of human rights, if let's say I'm a farmer, right? I'm harvesting crops, and there are these humans who are constantly attacking my crops. Do I have the right to protect my crops?
I would say so, yes.
Okay. So if I have a private property and there are humans who are constantly trespassing and destroying my property, do I have the right to protect my property?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm doing with the animals and humans is consistent. It's the same. I'm not treating them differently. So do you see how crop deaths aren't?
Yeah, but you don't have to kill people to protect those things.
No, I mean it happens on a daily basis, right? We kill people to protect our borders. We kill people. Except for a private property can be public. Like countries do that. The army does that. The navy does that. The air force does that on a daily basis, right?
It's wrong though.
I mean,
it's wrong.
So
Taking
that's
any life is wrong. Even when you hunt, it's not right. It's not fair. But
whether it's right or wrong is again that right or wrong. It goes into the whole meta ethical debate. That's what I'm not talking about that at all. I'm talking about when consistent. Does that make sense?
I understand that, but obviously there's with acknowledgement of an impact of a lifestyle. Should we not approach it a little more cleanly and say, you know, like, I mean, obviously you acknowledge that there is killing for farming. Okay. So instead of saying we acknowledge it, but we don't do this because we want to kill animals, and they don't have anything to do with each other. They are acknowledging that they are connected and that more should be done to mitigate such impacts. Don't you think that
I'm not convinced
you know
that
we should
killing
get to some other place? I mean, I would love to see warehouse farming be much more prevalent in South Africa. You know, we can feed children who are dying, starving of hunger, if we take half of the dilapidated buildings and turn them into farms, and we don't need to use pesticides, we don't need to pollute water. You know, all these good things can come with it.
My initial
Yeah.
I'm not convinced that killing animals for growing crops is unethical in the first place.
Just to be
And also we can kill animals and it would be ethical. Like there are many situations like killing an animal is not wrong by default. It is
Like
wrong
if it's
in many
suffering,
cases.
if a giraffe broke its
For
leg.
example, because then you are acting in the
Obvi-
interest of the animals. But when you exploit them and use them as a means to an end, they are the means, you are the end. Do you think that this is in their interest?
No, but that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and that's the point.
And one thing, I have a question, Theo, to drive it home. One second, Theo. One second, Theo.
Yes.
Do you think that if the farmers who farm the crops would be vegan, would they still kill those many animals?
Maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah, they wouldn't. So you see, veganism is a solution to this problem. It's just a different type of problem and a different type of solution. But
I think it's one of the solutions to some of the many problems that we face in the world today.
Yeah, but when you choose to go,
one of the solutions.
But Theo, when you choose to treat animals as a commodity, that cannot possibly end. Their exploitation and slaughter cannot end when you see them as a commodity. It just cannot. If I see, like, I'm trying to give you an example, but I don't have a good enough example to give you. Like, you just, when you see somebody as when you treat somebody on account of of how they're born as a commodity because they were born in a certain way, and you think they're a commodity because they were born that way, then we can never fix the issues of them being mistreated or abused in other situations.
I hear you, but I mean that's also happening. That's
It
why we
is.
had the social justice movement in the 70s, because people thought that if you were born in a third world country, you could be treated like a slave.
But
which
you
is
would
wrong.
wait. Would you go hunting of humans, Theo?
No, I would not.
So if the only two options for you were to either be plant-based or hunt humans, what would you do?
I would be plant-based.
Okay, so why don't you grant the same rights to other animals then?
No, but you see, to me, I don't look at it that way.
But
I look
maybe
at it
you
in a-
should.
in a-
I'm asking you, looking at it that way, looking at it from the individual's perspective, from the rights. Why don't you grant them the same rights to the animals?
So here's the thing, okay? Let me use the example that's at play currently. When I do go hunting, I don't do it for a trophy or for sport. Okay, so
Yeah, you do it
I
for
walk
pleasure.
days. Not for pleasure. It's to feed my family.
So why don't you do
But
that with
I
plants?
walk for days and I pass up young individuals.
Why don't you do that with
female
plants?
individuals, many of them. I do that with plants too.
No, wait a minute,
A
because
plant
again,
plants to eat
so why don't you? So yet again, you see how you're just creating this narrative where you're like you all of a sudden created this narrative where you're working for your food, and so all of a sudden it's justified to slaughter
No.
this animal. But the question remains:
take full
you would be
responsibility
doing
for
this,
the lives that
yeah,
I take.
Theo.
But
You
I
would
have
be
to be able
taking
to
no,
discriminate
Theo,
what life
no,
I take.
Theo. You would be doing the exact same thing to a human in the situation that I proposed, yet you wouldn't do it in that situation. So why is it fair to do to any other animal other than a human? Why is it unfair to do it to a human, but fair to do it to any other animal?
Look, let me put it this way. If I went hunting and a lion killed me, that's fair. I feel that that is fair. If I
But
put
you see,
myself
no,
into
no,
the
no, no.
food chain,
Yet again,
No, I'm putting
Theo.
myself
Yet again,
into the
I'm
food
asking you
chain.
yet again. How is it fair? How is it fair for you? What's the difference between what animals do you kill?
Mostly ruminants.
Okay, what's the difference between? Can you name a ruminant that you kill?
Kudu, gemsbok, oryx, if you want to Google it.
Okay, what's the difference
Impala.
between an oryx or an impala? I know what impala is. What's the difference between an impala and a human being that justifies the difference in treatment?
There is none, but there is a
So why do you treat them
separation
differently? Wait a
in-
minute. If there's no difference in
we
treatment,
don't
why do you
live
treat
in the
them
bush
differently?
anymore.
Why do you
Because we
treat them
don't live in
differently?
the bush. When I go hunting, I don't. Because
Wait a minute.
when
So
I
if you go
I'm
hunting,
also in the bush.
if you go hunting and find wild humans who are not part of your society, who they don't speak the language, would you be okay with killing them and eating them?
No.
Oh, so there you go.
Because they-
So what's the difference then between impala and human?
Oh, there's plenty of differences between them. They're
What
not
the- what
human.
difference-
I understand sentient.
What difference
I
justifies?
understand sentient.
What difference
But the thing
justifies?
is, I can also be killed.
What difference justifies the difference in view?
The fact that we're part of a food chain.
Well, those humans would also be part of a food chain, so no, that's a contradiction.
No, there's a hierarchy among species. Okay.
Well,
Some
those
species
humans would also
feed
be
off
part of
other
that
species.
hierarchy. No.
Sorry?
Wait a minute, Theo. That's not true. First of all, Theo, you see, you have created what you're doing is you're taking something that is descriptive and making it prescriptive. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand what this
You
sentence
don't
means?
have to prescribe to what I believe.
No, Theo. What you're doing right now is you're taking something that is descriptive and you're making it prescriptive. Do you understand the difference?
Yes, I see what you're saying, but
Because you're
my
saying,
species
no,
all
Theo,
we
what
need-
you're saying is that it happens in nature. So you're describing what happens in nature. You're saying, in nature, some species of animals kill other species of animals. First of all, that's not true. In nature, individuals kill other individuals. They don't
How
look at
is that not
species
true?
because they don't look at species. We categorize the species. We said, well, this taxonomy, all the individuals from this taxonomy will kill other individuals from this taxonomy. But it's not particularly
Well, no, it's
like
more
it's not.
complicated than that because the lion doesn't discriminate between a zebra and an impala.
Well, Theo, the thing about it is that lions kill other lions also. So if
No,
you're
I'm
saying
saying-
that, yeah. So are you saying it like you see when you're taking when you're taking the food chain, which by the way is yet again a descriptive thing, not a prescriptive thing. It's how nature is. It's not how nature should be. But you're saying because the food chain is this way, therefore I'm going to be part of it. Because it's in nature, therefore I should do it. So then, since lions kill other animals, other lions, since lions rape other lions, should you also rape other humans or kill other humans because lions do it to their own species?
No, because our level of sentience comes with a higher moral capacity.
But it seems like you don't have that moral capacity because you completely disregard it.
Yes,
When I asked you,
I have
when I
it.
asked
I
you
do
what's
not
the
like
difference,
the idea of-
Theo, what's the difference
of
between an
artificial
impala?
insemination.
What's
I
the
don't like
difference?
the idea of
Yet you pay
animals
for it.
being herded
Yeah.
and shocked into
Yet
an
you pay
abattoir.
for it. Sure. Yet you pay for it. But what's the
I don't
difference?
pay for it. I
You
go
just
and
said you
hunt.
paid. You just said you buy dairy and
I
eggs from
grow
time to
my own
time.
food.
You just said you buy dairy and eggs from time to time.
From time to time, and I feel bad.
So you
when
pay
I do
for
that.
it.
I don't like it.
I'm
have.
sorry. I kill a human from time to time, and I feel bad about it when I do it. There you go. But Theo, the question
Don't do that,
remains.
man.
The question remains. What's the difference between a human being and an impala that justifies the difference in treatment?
There is none.
So then why do you treat them
There is none.
differently?
Because I want the meat. to
So
feed my
if you want the
family.
meat, you could get the meat also from a human being. Imagine finding a really fat human being. You could get so much meat.
No, I don't think that's right, man.
But it's right to do it to any other animal.
Not any other animal.
Yeah, you said not human, so
Just
any
the
other
ones
animal.
he's selecting. Just
Yeah.
the ones he's selecting, you know?
Yeah, Theo, how
No,
is
I
this?
think
This is called special pleading. You pick certain animals and you're saying, well, it's okay to kill them. There's no difference between them and other animals, but it's okay to kill these and not other animals.
Well, you did it earlier when you said a jellyfish can be eaten.
Well, no, I didn't say that, first of all. I don't believe that a jellyfish can be eaten. And the difference between a jellyfish and any other animal is still sentience. Jellyfish is probably not sentient. I wouldn't
Certain animals
advocate.
have more sentience than others. and
Nope,
that's what I
sentience
said.
is a on-off
Humans have
switch.
The
Sentience is
highest
a
level
on-off
of
switch.
sentience.
Theo, sentience is not. Sentience is okay. Well, Theo, let's imagine that when you run through the jungle and you find a human being who has the quote unquote same level of sentience as an impala. Would it be okay
That's
to
impossible
kill
because their
them?
frontal cortex is different size.
Well, it's not impossible. Have you ever heard of
Yeah.
hydroencephaly?
The education level could be different.
Have you heard of hydroencephaly? There's people who are born with parts of their brain missing. Say you find a person like that in the wild, would you be okay
but
with
that's
killing
an
them?
exception. It's not a norm.
Yeah, so would you
Yeah.
find it, Theo, you find this exceptional person in the wild. Are you gonna kill them and eat them?
No.
There you go. So you see, why? Why are you treating them differently than an impala?
Because an impala it's not a human, it's a different species.
So there you go.
There we go. There we
So
go.
yeah, so essentially, Theo, you're just picking one part of
Listen, an
taxonomy,
impala
one part
is
of
not
biological
factory farmed.
taxonomy. You're just picking one. Like, what's the difference, Theo, between you and a racist? Because you're just picking a random category and you're saying this individual is not part of my category, therefore it's okay to treat them differently. There's no reason, there's no logical reason why I would treat them differently, but I'm going to treat them differently simply because they're not part of this category. What's the difference between you and the
so
racist?
What's the difference between eating meat directly that you went and got yourself
Theo.
and eating
No, Theo,
something
Theo,
that
Theo,
chicken has?
Theo, no. I asked you a question and I'm interested in the answer. What's the difference, yet again, between you and the racist? You pick a random category, that you want, and you say, there's no difference between me or an individual from my category and an individual from this other category, but I'm going to kill this other individual simply because they were born to belong to another category that I myself have created. Explain to me what's the difference.
Are you saying that because I'm saying that I'm willing to kill another species, that is the same as racism?
I'm asking you a question,
no, it's
Theo.
not. It's actually
I'm
not
clarifying.
called. Yeah, it's not called racism. It's actually called speciesism. That's the point he wants to make.
Yeah.
So
then
when
I'm a
we-
speciesist.
Yeah, you're discriminating.
speciesist,
So what's the difference
yeah.
between you and the racist, Theo?
But that's what I'm saying. There's discrimination.
Theo, what's the
amongst
difference between you
species.
and the racist? Both
It's
of
not
you.
racism.
No, it's not.
It's like
Because
the-
both of you, Theo,
Like equating
Theo,
it
Theo,
with
Theo,
sexism.
Theo,
It's not the same.
Theo. If I go to a racist and I ask them what's the difference between you and a sexist, they'll say it's not sexism. But both of them are both forms of
so-
discrimination based on how an individual is born. You yourself
A
right
racist
now
will kill
are.
someone because they are different. Because they
Why
are
are you wait, Theo? Why are you killing
because
animals?
of
You're killing
food.
them because they're different. You said you can get
Because-
food from plants. You
because
said
they're
that if they were
people,
human, you wouldn't
right?
treat them this way.
It's the same reason why you kill a tomato plant is because it's different, so you can eat it.
Ay.
Are we interested in having this conversation? Because I feel like, Theo, you're extremely disingenuous, and I don't think I want to continue this conversation with you. It's just you're just spouting so much nonsense, and the question remains: what's the difference between an impala and a human? There's no difference. Yet you treat them differently. Why? Because they're part of a different group. And then I ask you, well, is discriminating? Let me ask you this, because I haven't asked you this specific question. I have to ask you the specific question, Theo. Are you in favor of discriminating individuals based on the group that they're born in?
No,
So that's a contradiction, because that's exactly what you do to animals.
it's not a contradiction because they're the same.
Theo, it is a contradiction, and let me explain the reason why it's a contradiction. Because, one, you say there's no difference between them that justifies the treatment. You say the only difference is that they belong to a certain category. Do you think that an animal chooses to be born an animal? I suppose you don't think they choose to be born in the species that they're born into. So how is it any different? You're discriminating based on the category that they're born into, correct?
Yeah, but nature as a whole does that.
Yeah, so you do it because nature does it. Would you say?
Impalas don't walk along with zebras, and zebras
So Theo,
don't
thank
walk
you for
along with
admitting it.
rhinos.
So Theo, thank you for admitting it. You're right. You do it because it happens in nature. You're right. That's what you're saying. You're doing it because it happens in nature. So would you be in favor of doing anything else that happens in nature, like rape, like infanticide?
No.
Okay, so you see, Theo, everywhere we go, we find contradictions with you. Everywhere we go. We first
I
of
don't
all, you
think it's
say.
a contradiction. I think
Well,
what
first
we
of
have
all,
done is we've identified.
Theo, well, first of all, you said you're against discriminating based on a group that the individual is born in. And all of a sudden you said, yeah, that's what it is. You're discriminating based on the group that an individual is born in. Then you justify that by saying it happens in nature. And I asked you, well, can we do anything else that happens in nature? No. So essentially, Theo, all you want to do is, I want to do this to these individuals, and I think it's moral because I want to do it. That's all it is. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I think it's more complicated than that. And I think what we've identified through this topic is that people like me believe that within their own species, discrimination is wrong. And morally and
Why?
socially,
Why?
discrimination
Wait,
is wrong.
Theo.
Right?
Why is discrimination within the same species wrong?
Because it's unfair.
So is it fair for you to choose to kill an animal who didn't want to die?
But now we're going into a different species than me. And that's what I believe.
I have something. I'm sorry, Chip.
I'm
Can
done.
I just interrupt?
I'm done
I
after this.
figured.
I'm done.
Theo, one last thing from my side. After listening to all of that, I'd like to tell you a story, and then I would like to hear your thoughts about that. All right?
Okay.
Okay. So let's imagine Bertha, female Bertha, yeah. She likes playing, she likes being around her children. She relaxes when her children have fun around her. She loves safe spaces and she enjoys being in the sun. She likes when it's warm and she likes fresh food. She likes when it tastes good. She loves long walks. She notices familiar places and she's moving through the world, forming her own experiences and stuff. And Bertha has really having a really good life. She really feels safe and whatsoever. Do you think that it would be fair to shoot Bertha in the chest?
Well, what do you mean?
Well, hearing
Bertha,
about Bertha right now and her subjective experience, do you think it would be fair to shoot Bertha in her chest out of the blue, although you don't have to?
well, if I don't have to, no, then
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, of course. Well, and that's the entire point we are making. Those animals, they also have a subjective experience. They just have a different skin than you. Like in a video game where you can just change your outward appearance, they just look different, talk different, walk different, but just as you have so much in common with them. It's crazy. They have a subjective experience. They cling to their life. They love their children. They like to be where their home is. They want to be safe. They don't want to have any bad experiences, you know. And when they have fear, they run away from things that frighten them. And so the differences don't matter, but what matters is what we have in common with all these other animals. And so when we understand that shooting Bertha is wrong, you can imagine now Bertha could be a human with everything I explained right now and told you about her. She could be a human, she could be a dog, she could be whatever animals you're shooting to death in the forest. She could be anyone. And so this is what it's all about their experiences, what their life looks from their inside out, what they see outside of their own eyes. Just like you, your life matters to you because you experience it through your own eyes with your body, and they have the same capacity as you have. It doesn't matter how intelligent they are, what abilities they have, how they look, talk, walk, as I just said. And that's the entire point. So why not thinking of Bertha as an individual who deserves moral and ethical consideration, just as you think about all other humans in that sense. And I hope that any other human thinks about you in that sense too, so that you're protected, you know? I don't see why you can't make that connection when it's so obvious.
I agree with you, but like I said in the beginning of when we started talking, for me it was a choice between utilizing, and I was stopped because it went the utilitarian route. But
Yeah.
for me, it merged together because the plants that I use for my diet, I grow myself. So
Could you grow more?
I could grow more.
So then
but
what justifies you not growing more then? Then it seems like your choice is between you growing more plants or choosing to kill an animal. So what justifies you killing an animal if that's your choice? Why do you create a false equivalence? A false dichotomy, not a false equivalence. Because you're saying that your choice is between supporting crop deaths or killing an animal yourself. But you just said now that you can grow more. So essentially your choice is between you growing more or killing an animal.
Well, currently I don't have the capacity to grow more. I'm a little bit at capacity
Okay,
now.
but let me get one thing straight. You said sometimes you buy animal products, so you have access to supermarkets, so you can't just buy more plants, right?
Yeah, but the problem with buying
Yeah, you
plants at
just said
supermarkets
yes.
for
Then
me,
I'm sorry, Theo, but I don't think that it makes sense to continue to talk to you at this point. You
Yeah.
have the option, you know what you're doing. You're not stupid. You have a responsibility. You're just dodging. And it's absolutely insane that someone who has the option to not kill other animals still decides to do so, although you can just go
the
into a
problem
freaking
with buying from
supermarket.
supermarkets is that we don't have organically grown, pesticide-free
Organic means
Oh,
fruit
so
and
nothing.
let's
veg
go
to
into the
buy.
forest and shoot someone in the chest because of that. Oh yeah, that's such a great argument. Great. Amazing.
Can I ask?
Really good.
Can,
Let's commodify others. Let's do it, right? Because pesticides. Let's go.
wait, Theo, I just want to ask a few questions. So you said that the animal that you shoot is not a human. So you're basically differentiating that we of the human species are different from the species that you shoot, and hence you will not kill a human, right? That's the difference you mentioned to Tone. Am I right?
That's science. We are different species.
You know, I agree. But you said when the question was asked what the difference is that justifies shooting a human versus shooting an animal, you said that we are of the human species and the animal is not the human species. Am I right?
Yeah, we're socially connected. I mean, I'm
Okay.
speaking to you guys
No,
from
no,
South
no,
Africa.
no, I get that. But I'm asking you, so your answer is the justification to kill an animal but not a human is that we are of two different species. You don't want to kill someone from your own species. Is that am I fair in that? Is that
Yes.
a right interpret? Okay. So let me ask you a question. Let's say this person you see in the forest isn't a human, but they look like a human. Let's say they're a fictional animal or a fictional creature like a Superman or like a Star-Lord or would
Yeah,
you
yeah, I get
would you
you.
yeah would you be okay with killing such a being?
If it looked like a human,
Yeah.
no.
Okay, so then your difference isn't species. It's about what else is it? Because you said the difference is species. But now I showed you a being who isn't of the human species, and still you're not willing to kill this being. So what is the difference then?
So the thing is, it's like if you see Bigfoot in the forest, there's a bunch of people that will want to reach for a gun and shoot the thing just to be able to say that, we shot Bigfoot. Okay. But to me, it's not about that. To me, it's about getting meat.
You could eat a human
And
also,
so
right?
I think certain
No, Theo,
certain
it's not.
species
I think
serve
in
that
the
Wait,
in
no,
the
but that's not
Yeah.
answering my question though. So
Exactly.
I asked you there's a set of different, so let me rephrase my question, right? Humans have a set of characteristics and animals have a set of characteristics. Some of them are similar, some of them are the same, some of them are different. So what exists in animals that does not exist in a human that justifies killing the animal but not the human? That's what I'm trying to ask you. And you said species, right? So
I
you
think
said
being
that
far enough removed with its characteristics. Like, for instance, I would not kill a primate. Do you
far
understand
enough
what I'm
removed from
saying? I
okay.
think,
Yeah, so the
I
shape
think,
of
I
them.
think,
It's how they're shaped. How
Wait,
yeah,
the shape of their body. So if
yeah,
the
but
shape of their body is
yeah,
too close
but
to
I
yours,
think there's a
that's
stage
wrong.
where you draw a line.
Wait,
What
So
about
so
As if
people who
I
have
think
I'm just being honest, guys. I'm just being honest. Like I'm not. I'm
but it's
trying
fucked
to.
up. You can be honest and still have
what
a
wait,
fucked
about
up view, man.
what about
you
people
know,
who have that elephant? I don't know what it's called
Well,
in English,
okay,
but
so
that
fucked up. But
elephant
like I believe a lot of
syndrome.
sorry,
Yeah, yeah,
sorry.
Theo,
kids.
Theo. What about
I
those
Oh,
people
guys.
appreciate the honest.
who have that elephant syndrome, who have like really a weird shape of their body and a lot of hair, and they don't even look like humans anymore? Would you would you like to shoot them?
No.
Wait, Theo, sorry. I appreciate the honesty, right? But I think there's a contradiction. You said that you won't shoot primates because they're not as far removed. But I asked you, would you shoot Superman? And you said no. But Superman is further away from a primate, right?
Yeah. Okay, but Superman doesn't exist, man.
It's a hypothetical,
So
right? It's a
yeah,
hypothetical. So in
I
ethics and
said no
philosophy,
to
we
that
always
too.
I have an amazing
yeah.
question,
So you
which help.
sorry. Go ahead, Falak. Go ahead.
If it's dependent on the shape, I can post two images, right? One is an alien and one is a human. Just let's say that the blobfish is a human, right? So you have a blobfish and you have a Gamora, right? From Guardians of the Galaxy, right? So the blobfish, as you see, does not look like a human at all in any way, shape, or form. Well, it has a nose, it has a mouth, it has
I know some
eyes.
people, I know some people,
So then the question is, would you eat a human that looks like a blobfish?
No.
Oh,
If I knew it was a human, I would not eat somebody like that.
okay. So if you didn't know it was a human, but it had
So if I
everything
went to go
else,
visit someone and they served me meat and they didn't tell me it was a
no,
human,
no, 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 no. They served you this
that's a
blobfish.
different thing.
They
Yeah.
served you this blobfish in front of you. Would you not care if it's human or not human? Would you just eat it?
No, I would care if it's human.
Oh, but before you said you like if it wasn't human, but it kind of looked like it, then you also would care. So which one is it?
No, what do you mean? I said if somebody served me human flesh without telling me it was human flesh, I would be genuinely upset that I just ate human flesh.
Okay,
Do
but
you
if it
understand what I'm
wasn't,
saying? I would genuinely be upset about it.
okay, but if they served you like the Gamora, so the character on the right side, which looks almost like a human, right? It's just the difference is the skin color and probably other few tiny little irrelevant stuff. If they served
Sure.
you meat from Gamora, they literally had to chop up Gamora and serve
I
it to
would
you
be
out. No,
upset. I
but they're
would
not
be
human.
upset eating Gamora.
But they're not human.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like there's these lines that you can draw. And
So
I think for
so
me
what's the difference between Gamora and a pig?
One's livestock,
that's what
right?
I'm saying. It's like it's way further removed. And by the way, pigs
But
are
which
really
part
closely related to humans. Like you can even transplant some organs.
Okay, but you can do the same thing with Gamora.
Can I jump? Sorry to interrupt. I didn't know if there was a way to like raise your hand.
Oh, I said just hang on. It's just waiting till they're done.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I will
Yeah.
recede back into the shadows then. Forgive me.
It's just the one last bit, right? Because all I'm
Mhm.
asking is like, what does the animal that you eat has that the Gamora doesn't have, or what does Gamora
This is
have?
what
What's the
this,
what?
this is what I said. What we identified is that somewhere for people like me, there's a threshold, and I don't even know what that threshold is. Like I don't know what the checkbox is for. You can kill it or you can't kill it because
I can explain it.
and having that problem is why I am where I am because with all the collateral we referred to earlier as well. I mean, this is a big reason why I don't consume fish either because all the fish in South Africa that's available is basically from trawlers. So there is a threshold, but I don't know where that threshold is, and I think it's probably
You know
subjective
it.
thing.
Yeah, you know it.
The line is drawn at sentience. When
Yeah.
someone can think and feel and has a subjective experience of their own world, when they are someone and not something, when they have a central nervous system and a brain and the capacity to experience their own reality, that's where we have to draw the line because then they have interests that we need to consider within our own actions. We can't just run around and do whatever the fuck we want, disregarding the interests of others.
Yeah, well, you see, I think that's anthropomorphism.
It's
No, stop. It's not,
What
no,
the
let
hell?
me chip. One second before you continue. This is not anthropomorphism. You are objectifying other animals. We are not humanizing them or whatever. You are objectifying them. That's the difference.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Well, Theo, what is it? Theo, what
you
is
can
it that
say
a
what you
human?
want, but your actions speak louder than your words.
Yeah, Theo,
Can I
what
ask
is
a
it?
question?
No, one second, John Handy, and then I'm done. So, Theo, what is it that a human makes a human so special on top of an animal? Like we keep asking this question: what's the difference between a human and an animal that justifies this difference in treatment? And you say there is no difference between them that justifies this treatment, and yet you treat them differently. So it's just all random nothing.
But there is a difference, right? And I'm sure you would agree as well. Otherwise, you would hold the animals to the same standard that you're holding Theo to.
Well, no. Again, John Handy, there is no difference. We weren't talking to you, but I guess we're done with you and we can speak to you.
John, can you stop cutting in? You've been asked multiple times now.
I
Thank you.
I don't know where the line is, guys.
But Theo, it's pretty simple. Alexander
I've
explained it
struggled-
to you. It's explained it to you clearly. When you see a human, the reason why you find it, or somebody in the shape of a human, as you said, a primate, the reason why you find it wrong to kill them is because you instinctively know that they have an experience of life. But the thing about it is that, logically speaking, not using your instinct, because yes, with the humans and maybe with primates, because they're so closely related to you, you instinctively know it. But if you use your rational side, your logical side, you know that all these animals have the same thing, that they experience life, that they wouldn't want to be killed, that they do feel love, joy, sadness, happiness, all that kind of stuff, then surely it should be wrong to do this to them also, cognitively speaking, right?
Wait, but
This is
even
where I
if you-
don't
you-
agree.
With Theo, even if
This is
you
what-
like,
this is-
Why don't you
this is
agree
the
with
part where I
Theo?
don't
You
agree,
don't agree
because-
that animals can feel all that
Let
I
me-
said?
No, I agree with all of that, but the part where
You
it
agree with
should-
all of it,
if-
but you don't
if
agree
that
with
is
it?
the case, it should automatically be placed in the same category as a human being.
Nobody's saying
That's
place
what I
them in
don't
the same
agree with.
category. Theo, you're not placing a monkey in the same category as a human being, yet you grant them the recognition that you wouldn't kill them, any other primate. So it's not about putting them in this
Granting them-
category. It's about you not killing them, you not seeing them as a resource, you not seeing them as a means to an end.
No, I don't. I also don't see predators as a resource.
No, I'm
I
done
also
with
don't
this.
see
You
young
don't get it.
individuals
I'm done.
Sorry,
or,
Theo,
or
I
most
mean,
female individuals as a resource. I don't see
Theo, you-
that.
Theo, you said that you don't know where the line is, right? You said you don't know where the line is, am I right? Between a human and an animal that justifies the difference in treatment. You said you don't know where the
Yes.
threshold is, right? So if you don't know where a threshold is, isn't the default position to remain agnostic and not consume any animals until you form a further opinion on it? Isn't
No,
that
because
the
I have
moral dictating-
a partial opinion that includes my stance within the
Okay, so
order
you are-
of all other species too. That also has an effect on what how
Yeah,
I
let's
view
move
the
on.
situation.
Yeah, let's move on, Theo. It's pretty clear. Let's move on. Theo, it's pretty clear. You just pick and choose, and you're saying certain species deserve to live, certain don't. Why? Well, because I say so. That's essentially it. Because that's my view on it. What's the logical reason behind it? There's no logical reason behind it. You justify it by saying it happens
That's
in
not
nature.
at all what I'm saying.
That's exactly what you're saying.
I'm
What's
saying that and you're probably gonna tell me that I'm wrong, but we designed even our digestion system,
No,
and
no,
our dental,
no.
Let's kick
and our
him.
dental
Let's kick
profile
him.
is
It's
Theo.
not
designed
worth
to
it.
at
It's not
least
worth
have
it.
some.
Theo,
He
all
will
that-
continue to shoot others
all
in the
that-
chest. Let's just like kick him. It's
Theo,
fine.
all that is highly pseudoscientific. We can thrive on a plant-based diet. We have empirical evidence to show that. No. So again, you pick and choose. You say, I want to choose to kill these animals. You even admitted in this whole conversation, yet again, you're coming at a contradiction, because you even admitted in this whole conversation that if only humans existed, you wouldn't start killing humans. You would go plant-based. So there you go. It doesn't matter. What do you mean? All of a sudden, that whole necessity that you're claiming has gone away? No, it hasn't. So stop it with this nonsense. Let's move on. John Handy, go on.
Yeah, I'd like to say just one very last thing to him, and then I think it would be really nice to have someone else to talk to. Theo, there is in ethics, there is a principle. It's called the principle of equal consideration, which means that when two individuals have the same interests, they must be treated equally. Otherwise, you need a very good justification to make a difference in their treatment. And so you couldn't provide that difference. You couldn't name it. That justifies the difference in treatment. I just want to point out that you're acting unethical. You might think for yourself that this is moral, and in your own moral view, it might be moral. But from the outside, from a neutral, objective perspective, it is unethical. And so there's nothing else that we can give you.
There's a complete lack of recognition of intrinsic value.
Yeah, let's move on. John Handy, what's your why are you not vegan? Let's start there.
Hello. Yeah, firstly, sorry for interrupting before. I literally stumbled across this on YouTube and I was like, this looks really interesting. Let me go have a little nosy. So forgive me for my trespasses. Why aren't I vegan? It's a good question. I think for me there's like two levels to talk about this on. On the level that I hear being discussed here, in a perfect world, in a perfect society where nothing bad ever happened, I would be surprised if anyone said they shouldn't be vegan. I think that's the
So
starting
are you
foundation.
saying you should be vegan?
In a pure society with no issues, money, stress, or everything else that goes into life that I'm sure we're all aware of, if none of that existed and we could have unlimited time, unlimited resource, yeah.
Okay, no, wait. You're creating an unrealistic scenario. So let me ask you simply. If you can be vegan, do you think you have the moral obligation to be vegan?
Can I rephrase the question? Tell me if I'm rephrasing it correctly, so I can understand
Sure.
what you're asking.
Sure.
So, are you asking if it's possible to be vegan? Is it more moral to be vegan?
No,
Like,
if
would
it's
you
possible.
rather not kill things?
No, the question is if it's possible for you to be vegan within your budget, within your, I don't know, availability, whatever that means.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you think you would be acting morally if you're not vegan?
If you acting morally, if you're not vegan.
Yeah.
No, I think it's better not to kill things if you can.
So it's not about killing, by the way. It's about treating them as resources, as we explained, as treating them as commodities. So do you think?
Okay.
So do you think that in a situation where you don't need to treat an animal as a commodity, you choosing to treat them as a commodity, is that moral?
Does that include like having a pet dog as well?
Yeah, we can go down that right. Yeah, we can go down that right also for pets. But
Because
yes.
if you're including that, then I completely disagree. Like, I have a dog. She loves me. I love her. She's the fucking best. She has a lovely life.
Yeah. Do you think
But
it's
if
fair to bring into existence pets for our own entertainment?
I think, yeah, like purely just looking at my dog, because it's the only pet I've had is a dog. Like, absolutely. Like, that dog is having a lovely life, living a better life than us.
So wait a minute.
cared for.
Let's put it this way. You have three options, right? One option is to entertain yourself in a different way. One option is to take a dog from a shelter that is in a cage and requires somebody to take care of them. That would give you the same love. And the other option is paying somebody to bring into existence a dog, take them away from their mother, also that you can have some form of enjoyment. Which one is the ethical choice out of these?
Ethical. I would say the middle one. If there's a dog that needs adopting, obviously is nicer. If you're sure that that's a nice dog.
Can it ever be?
I'm a firm believer in Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I'm sorry for interrupting you. Do you think it can ever be ethical for you to pay somebody to bring into existence dogs so that you can entertain yourself while at the same time there are dogs sitting in pounds?
Oh, at the same. Well, I think it depends because obviously some dogs have different roles, right? I don't know if you know how much you know about dogs, but if you look at something like a border collie, which has been bred for generations to be a sheepdog, versus a chihuahua, right? They are very different.
They are sentient beings who express emotions, who have an experience of life. Is it fair to bring into existence let me put it this way, because it's not just the bringing into existence. A female dog has to be exploited for that. Do you think it's fair to exploit a female dog and use her puppies for entertainment?
What do you mean by exploited? Sorry, could you?
Somebody has to impregnate her, or has to make sure that she gets pregnant every year, even though she may not want to.
What do you mean every year?
Well, repeatedly. It's about money. I don't know if you've ever been to these places where they raise dogs.
I mean, my dog. To give you context, my dog is from a breeder, an ethical breeder.
That's
I know
what the
you might
breeder
not like
does.
the term ethical breeder, right, based on what
Yeah.
you're saying, but we were very cognizant not to go to some backyard breeder that.
It's just an oxymoron. It's not that I don't like the term. It's just an oxymoron, this term.
Well, let me explain what ethical means for us then in that term. Is like we've signed a contract that we will never breed our dog because we're not experienced enough to know what good things are. You know, I have a Rottweiler. I don't know if you know much about them, but they have problems with their hips and their elbows if they're bred badly. So these dogs have been bred to make sure that they're not genetically having issues, so they don't have a bad life. We've signed a contract to say we'll never breed her. If we ever have to give her up, God forbid something happens to us or our family, and that dog is without a home, they will always take her back to where we got her from. So there's that example, but then there's the example probably what you're all thinking of, which is like someone in their fucking back garden breeding artificially inseminating a dog every single year to make money. Completely disagree with that. That shouldn't be happening. There should be regulation around it. So
okay, but why would it be
to bring it all the way back round?
Yeah, why would it be okay to do it to cows then? If it's wrong to artificially inseminate dogs because you benefit from it, why is it okay to do it to cows?
That's a brilliant question, and that's kind of what I was interrupting about before. Is that I think there's this threshold where, to me at least personally, it might not be the same for everyone here, but there is a difference between a pet and livestock.
Wait a minute. No,
Sorry,
John Handy, like, there's a difference between being a human being and being insert slur for a human, right? Like if I call somebody by what I like by a slur that essentially diminishes their individuality, it's very easy for me to claim that there's a difference between them. There's a difference between, is there a difference between a dog and a cow that justifies the difference in treatment? And this dog,
Biologically,
we would
no,
do the
I
same
wouldn't agree.
thing. We would bring them into existence to use them for food.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, no, I anyone who disagrees with what you're saying here is disingenuous. Like, 100%. If I don't want to eat dogs personally. I would be upset if someone served me dog without telling me. But if in a country which has a different culture to mine, they eat dogs as livestock, it would be disingenuous for me to say that that dog can't be bred for livestock. Like intelligence, like connections between. You could have a pet cow, right, or a pet pig.
Yeah.
Like the emotional intelligence there is the same. So yeah, that's why my definition is between livestock and pet.
Yeah. So the question is then. Because you said culture, I'm pretty curious because it just seems to me like you're saying that if it happens culturally, then it's moral because it happens culturally. Am I misunderstanding your argument?
No, my.
Or what makes it okay? What makes it okay to do
Yeah,
it to
so
cows? Because you
livestock,
obviously support it, right? What makes it okay? And please call them cows, not livestock, because they're not objects.
Sorry, I'm talking about the. Sorry, when I say livestock, I'm not specifically talking about cows. I'm talking about all animals that are bred for food.
Yeah, then say
Firstly,
cows,
all
chickens,
animals
pigs, whatever.
Okay, sure, sorry. Cows, chicken, pigs then. Although, like I say, a dog could be in that category as well, depending on where you are in the world. That's my
Yeah.
point.
But what's the difference between
So is
them
there a
that
moral
justifies? Yeah, what's the difference?
Yeah.
Because I'm assuming you pay for these products. That means you support their exploitation, and you don't pay for the products of dogs. That means you don't support their exploitation. And you told me that if you went to a country where they did it to dogs, you would support it because it's cultural. So I just assume the difference is culture. Is that true?
Between eating dogs and not eating dogs where I am. Yeah.
Between exploiting dogs and not and exploiting other animals.
What do you mean by exploiting them in this?
Treating them like a resource. Treating them like a commodity.
So that's your definition of exploiting, because that's not mine.
Yeah, the exploitation means unfair usage, yeah.
But I don't think it's unfair.
Is it
So
unfair?
I think we need
Wait
to-
a minute.
we probably
Is
need
it
to drill down
would
into
it be
that then.
fair, John Handy, would it be fair if somebody forcefully impregnated your mother, took her babies away from her, and then used her for her milk?
Yeah, that would be, because I also differentiate between humans and animals.
So it would wait, we're going all over the place now. So I feel like we have to establish some things. So
Yeah.
between the difference between a dog and a cow, you're saying is cultural. It's just because of cultural. Or what exactly makes it okay, according to your values, to pay for the exploitation of a cow, but not the exploitation of a dog?
Okay, yeah, I understand. So let me specify. It's not between species. It's not between a dog and a cow. It's between the role that they serve in that.
But that role is given by you. You can give the
Yeah,
same
oh,
role
oh,
to a
yeah.
dog as you can give the same role to a cow.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah.
So what's the difference between these individuals that justifies the difference in view or treatment?
There is none. There is none.
Okay,
Apart
but you
from
do treat
humans
them
and animals.
differently. There is none, but you treat them
And
differently.
that's purely cultural. That's purely cultural, right? Someone might have a brilliant relationship with their fish and be like, I'm never going to eat my fish because that is my fish. Because there is a bond between that person and their pet.
Okay, so you're saying it is cultural, but are you saying it's cultural, that's the reason why you do it, or is that the reason why you should do it?
I'm saying the reason I don't eat dogs is because is cultural, yes.
But is that the reason why you should continue eating cows because it's cultural?
No.
Okay,
No,
should you continue eating cows?
Through what lens? In a perfect world or realistic?
No, should you continue eating
Yes.
cows?
Yes.
Yes. And you're saying you should not eat dogs. So what makes this
No,
what's the
I didn't
difference
say
between
that.
these individuals? Did you not say
didn't
you
say
should
that.
not be should you eat dogs?
Me individually, or should people?
You,
in general?
John, we're talking about you. All of it is about you and your values. According
Okay,
to you, you said you should continue eating cows. That means you should continue supporting the exploitation, abuse, and slaughter of cows. Should you do the same to dogs?
That's a little disingenuous, right? Because I do not support the unnecessary.
Okay, I'm sorry.
suffering
We'll go down that path. Fuck it. We'll go down. I'm not interested.
think
Can
we
we?
need to, right?
No. We'll have to go down that path later. We have to finish this argument because with you, we're just jumping from one argument to another. You're saying you should continue eating cows, but you should not eat dogs. What's the difference between these two individuals that justifies the difference in view? The difference in the ought to.
Yeah, it's my personal bond with dogs versus cows.
Okay, do you think that people should derive what they should do based on personal bonds? Say, for instance, if I don't have a personal bond with human, should I kill and eat humans?
No, because there's a difference between humans and animals. And I'll go one step further as well to make this even more clear. If I
What's the
went to-
difference
I
between
don't-
humans and animals that justifies the difference in treatment?
Well, firstly, I'm a human, and treating my own species is one point. Intelligence.
Okay, and so if you found out that I'm not human, would it be justified to kill me?
No, because you're talking to me.
Okay, so if I
And we
couldn't
ha-
talk,
we
if I was
obviously- even though
mute,
it's been-
if
we
I
have a
were
group-
mute,
we-
would it be justified to kill me?
Do you look like a human?
Okay, so it's about how I look like. So if I look
No,
like
it's
a
the bond,
human,
isn't
that
it?
is
Like, let's
justified.
put it this way.
But if I
Let's put it
don't
this
look like a human, then it's justified to kill me.
So no, because the argument you're making here is the equivalent of you asking me, okay, John, you've got a dog. Would you eat your dog? And I'm like, no. it's
No,
my
no,
dog.
no, 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 John, don't be disingenuous. I'm not asking you if you would eat your dog. The argument and the premise from the beginning has been, would you be in favor of bringing dogs into existence only to slaughter them for optional food?
I didn't realize that was the question, if I'm honest.
Okay, that's
I'm
fine.
not against.
That's fine.
I'm not against. If that's the question, I'm not against that. But my personal, just because.
So you're
of my
not against
personal
doing it to dogs?
No, of course not. The same way I'm not against for cows, as long as. there
Okay,
isn't
but you're
cruelty,
against it
like-
doing it to humans, correct?
Yes. Yeah. Definitely.
Why? What's the difference between a human being and a cow that justifies the difference in treatment?
Are you asking me what the difference is between a human and a cow?
That justifies the difference in treatment.
One is a cow and one's a human.
Yeah, that's not
I
the
mean,
difference. That's a tautology. Cow is a cow, a human is a human. I'm asking you what the difference between them is that justifies the difference in treatment.
The fact that we are clearly more intelligent, more sentient, and more connected with other humans than we are with cows.
Okay, is that all? I'm writing it down. Intelligence, more connected. What else did you say?
Yeah, connections, social bonds.
Okay.
Probably there's probably some societal like taboos as well that go into there, right?
Okay, so
Cannibalism
if we
frowned
found,
upon, probably.
so if we found a human being that would live off grid, so that he wouldn't be part of any society, he would be pretty fucking stupid. He would be just as intelligent as any other animal, cognitively, and he would be the same connected to humans as other animals are, essentially not connected at all. And it would be socially acceptable. Like most people would be like, you know what, do what you want to them.
I don't think.
Would you
so.
be in favor of killing them?
I don't think so. But I can
No.
give you an ex.
So would you be in favor of killing them or not? That's the question.
No, I don't think we should be killing humans. Full stop.
Okay, so that's not the difference.
Well,
So if
but
A
there is
minus
an- there is
B,
an edge
if you're
case, though.
saying A minus B equals this, and then I take this and I put it to an individual who no longer has that difference, and you're saying it's still wrong to kill that individual, then it seems
I
like
must be
that's not the
missing-
difference.
Yeah, so what's the intrinsic difference I'm missing? I mean, there is another. Let's go the other way. There is an edge case, right? If we were in a plane crash together and you died and your body was there and I was
the
starved to
the
death,
situation. No, it's for an
Yes.
optional food. For optional food, it's always been for optional food.
Okay, so it's about optional food, not any
Yeah.
extreme cases. Okay, cool. So yeah, I'm clearly missing something off that list then, intrinsically. Well, no, because I think in your example actually, that person is still a human, right? They
But
might not be as intelligent as someone.
Wait a
else.
minute, John. I get it that they're still human, but I'm asking you, you can say that they're still human, but that does not answer my question because the question was the question was about them being human. What's the difference between human and an animal that justifies the difference in treatment? You claiming that they're human does not answer the question. It just reinforces the same question. What's the difference between the human and an animal?
I mean, I could quickly Google like what is a human and read that to you, but like that's all I'm saying.
John, the question actually, let me rephrase it. Maybe it's easier. What is so freaking special about our own species that protects us from being exploited by others? Like, why do you don't want to be exploited? Why are we so special? But why don't other animals deserve the same consideration?
I'm not sure I'm very good at putting that in succinctly, but I would say look around. That's what makes us special. We are the species that somehow, some way, have evolved to rule the
I
planet,
got it.
basically. Yeah,
I've
so
heard
it's
it
it's
before.
that.
Yeah, I got it. I heard it before. We've built the entire world as it is, and we were populating the entire planet, and we rule over everything and everyone, and we are just the best on the top because we are so special, and we are so moral, and we are so intelligent, and we are so developed, and so absolutely cool and special. But the question is, do we have now more or less of a responsibility
Yes.
towards the vulnerable?
That is the perfect question, and you're 100% right. We do. Yeah. With this, comes the responsibility to do the right thing. You know, I don't hold a lion responsible for killing a zebra or whatever, right? Like,
Yeah, because they are not as intelligent as we
Yes.
are. They cannot think about ethics, and they also have no other choice. But we
well, maybe they do on
have
some
other
level,
choices.
but we are clearly elevated above that, right? You know,
Right,
and you
and
see that in some
also-
animals, like
Yeah,
dolphins
yeah.
and
Mhm.
you know, what was the name of the whale?
I got it. But John, now that we concluded that humans are super intelligent and super ethical and moral, and that we can reflect and think, and we are so much better than other animals because we can act morally, don't you think we should?
Yes, and I said that right at the start. Didn't I? That was the
Amazing. So why exploiting other animals to death when we don't have
Yes,
to?
exactly, and that's the point. That's where I started, right? I don't even remember when I joined. The first thing I said is, in a hypothetical perfect world, yes. Now, I think that's the nuance here is where we get to say, okay, why don't people? What is stopping people?
Why don't
You,
you?
Why
Why don't, it's not about
why don't
people. It's
I?
not about other people. I
Yeah,
really don't.
Why
give a
don't
fuck.
I?
Yeah.
So I mean, the high level stuff is probably in my life, without going too much into my life, cost.
So if it were, we would help you with all the cost, health, and any other form of dietary concerns that you may have, if we give you a resource that could help you with that, are you gonna stop supporting the exploitation of animals?
Not yet, because there's a few other points I'm going to make. So this cost is the
Okay,
first
list them all. List them all. We will shut up now. List
will
all
try.
the
I will
reasons.
try.
Okay, I will
Okay, so we got
listen, and
cost.
Chip is going to write it down. Okay.
Okay,
So
cost, taste, i.e., well, yeah, let's just say taste, ease, or like how much effort it is, and then are there any other economic and or broader picture issues that might need to be dealt with? If we're talking just about eating,
How is that different than cost?
Well, if we're talking about only eating, it probably doesn't. But if we're talking about never killing an animal, I would argue there are an edge case of things like culling certain species that have, because of our input as humans.
No, you, John.
Yeah,
you.
that's fine. We can ignore that one if we're not doing that. So what did I land on? Cost, taste, convenience.
Okay. So let me sum it up, John, because we are having all these conversations a lot of the time. So most people say, most people say that they won't go vegan because of taste, convenience, tradition, and habit.
Culture. Culture is the other one. That was the other one. Vegans can be.
Okay, that's tradition, culture. It's the same. Yeah. So taste,
He hit all the
tradition,
points.
habit. Yeah. He hit all the points. It's fine. But do you think, John, that any of these trivial reasons are good enough justifications from the victim's perspective to be exploited? So if you would be in the victim's perspective and somebody would say, well, I will exploit him because it tastes good, it was tradition, it's my habit, it's a little bit more convenient, would you be okay with that?
Sorry, forgive me.
It's
I'm
fine.
very
I will
hungry,
repeat.
and I actually just got distracted by what Tone posted in the chat. It looks real good.
It's fine. If you would be in the victim's position and somebody, your oppressor, would say, well, I will oppress you because taste, convenience, tradition, and habit, would you happily accept this as a justification for you to be oppressed and exploited to death?
So I don't think that is a fair question. Only
It
because
is absolutely a fair question. Yes.
it is on a
Do-
high level. On a high level, it is definitely a fair question. I would like to be a little bit more nuanced in the question because I don't want to get hemmed in as someone who's just like, John wants to oppress and abuse animals. That's not the case. Like, I don't want animals to suffer unduly. Right?
You just
I
don't
do
care
want to
about
eat
it.
meat. No,
You
I
just
do. I
don't.
do
You
absolutely
don't.
care.
You don't care enough to make a change because you're saying
but let's put it
that
this way.
their
Okay, put it this way.
exploitation. You're
I
saying that their
don't like-
exploitation means less than your cost, taste, convenience, or culture. That's what you're saying. Their whole existence, full of
Yes, but is that really
exploitation
where we wanna go in this
means less.
conversation, or- fundamentally, yes, but I think it's disingenuous to put a full stop at the end of that. Stop the conversation there. I'd like to go one step
wasn't
deeper
gonna
into
stop
this
it.
conversation. So
well,
what I
explain
would,
yourself. I'd like to hear
Yeah.
what you want to elaborate on. Okay,
so for
explain.
example, I'm not a fan of halal. I'm assuming I'm assuming most people here are talking to vegans, right? I'm assuming you know what the halal process is, right?
Yeah.
Where the animal needs to be aware and conscious
We
at the
talk
time
to
of
Muslims
slaughter.
every single day. We know fine well.
Okay, I don't like that, right? Because that to me
Why?
is undue suffering. Undue
Why?
suffering.
Why is it
Well,
bad?
look. Okay, let's put it this way. If my dog is gonna be put down, would I want to walk up to it, scare it, and then kill it on the spot, or would I like to give it some medicine to calm it down so it's relaxed and then
John,
gently
but
put it to sleep?
why would it be bad if an animal suffers?
Because undue suffering, not everyone suffers, right?
But why would it be bad to inflict suffering on an animal?
Undue suffering.
Unnecessary
That's the important
suffering.
part.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Why?
unnecessary suffering.
Yeah. Why would
Because
that be
it's
bad?
unnecessary. The key word there is unnecessary.
Yeah,
You
but
shouldn't
why?
have done
Why?
unnecessarily.
I understand, but why is it bad? Because the reason why it's bad, like in my opinion, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the reason why it's bad to inflict unnecessary harm to an animal is the same reason why it's bad to fuck with their experience of life, for lack of a better word. That means
Yeah.
enslave them, kill them, all that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because they don't
absolutely.
like it. They don't want that to happen. Isn't that the
Yeah,
reason why it's
100%.
bad?
Yeah, 100% it is. Yeah, but what if there's a world where this is what I want, which is where let's just talk about chickens, whatever. I know the state of some chicken farms are disgusting. It's horrible. But there are other local chickens that get to walk around, have a better life than they would in the wild, and then are killed quickly and peacefully. Well, not peacefully, but
But what if there was a world where you could choose to support none of that killing? Like, you see, you're creating a false dichotomy by saying, well, my choices is between choosing a bad farm or a good farm. But no, your choice is between choosing a bad farm, a good farm, or no farm at all, where no animal is killed or
that's where we
have
get back to
the
the question.
experience exploited for you.
100%, and that's where we get back to the question: why aren't you eating meat? And it's cost, taste, effort. I work too long and too hard. Like, put it this way: my fiance was vegan up until recently. We met when she was vegan. She
I
was
doubt
vegan
it.
for years. You doubt what?
That she was vegan.
1 second, Laura.
What does it mean? Yeah. 'cause
It's disingenuous to do that.
what
right?
does it mean to be vegan, John?
To not eat meat or any animal products, or not
No.
exploit any animals, including
No.
including honey.
It means to reject the idea that animals are here for us. To have the idea that animals should not be treated like resources as commodities. So you're saying your wife thought it's wrong to treat animals as
Fiancé.
commodities. Your fiance said that it's wrong to treat animals as commodities, but all of a sudden she changed her mind and thinks it's okay to treat them as commodities.
Not all of a sudden. Not all of a sudden. It was slow, and this is why I put
Slow,
the
yeah.
culture thing
So
when you
right
were
now
speaking.
she thinks it's okay to treat animals as commodities.
No, right now she slipped away from the vegan term, and this is why I put the culture thing when you ask me what are my high-level points of why I'm not vegan, the culture thing, because there are people that do what you've just done, which shame people for having a dog, that shame people for keeping bees.
I think
that
people
do
who
this-
exploit
and what
animals should be
happens
shamed
is-
for exploiting animals. Yes, I
Exactly.
think people
And that's
who
totally
are
fine.
racist, John, people who are racist should be shamed for being racists. People who are
completely agree
speciesist
with you.
should be shamed for being speciesist. People who are discriminating should be shamed for discriminating. And FYI, John, I have not shamed you even for a single second. I just stated facts. You felt shame on your own. I have not
I don't
shamed you.
feel
I'm not a fan of shaming anybody. I just was very clear about it. because it's illogical what you're saying. And all the contradictions and you dodging every single question we've been trying to ask you because it's very important. But we got to this point. So let's go by this. You said cost, taste, convenience, and culture. And Alexandra asked you a very important question. Alexandra asked you a very important question. Cost, taste, convenience, and culture. If you were in the position of the victim, would you accept any of these as a justification for somebody to exploit you?
Well, they don't get to accept anything because they're livestock.
If you were in the position of the victim, if you were in the position of the victim, would you accept it as a justification for somebody to say, well, it's cheaper to exploit you. Well, I like the taste more if I exploit you. Well, it's convenient for me to exploit you. Well, it's my culture to exploit you.
So multiple times in this conversation, I've said, can you please explain what you mean by exploit? Because a normal person, i.e. the majority of people,
treat you as a commodity.
Yeah, I'm not going to use the word
What
exploit
is your definition, John, of exploitation? Clear this up.
Thank you. Yeah, so exploiting would be the undue, for me, the undue suffering, the excessive suffering, the over-the-top stuff that most normal people go like, I'm not okay with that. Merely saying a dog being purchased is exploiting is too extreme for me.
Wait a minute, John.
I'm sorry. Can I clarify what that means? Because I'm very much into like the definition stuff, and I think we really need to clarify this in the best way. Exploitation is the unjust use of someone, which means that you use someone for your own interests and disregarding their interest. So, for example, when you breed animals into existence, when you use them to multiply, that is not in their interest because you just use them as a breeding machine, basically, to sell their puppies off and to make profit off of it. It's like a slave trade, and so that is. Pardon my fucking French.
They are a somebody.
What did you just say?
You said they're not a some.
So the definition
so they're
of
objects.
No, listen, because the definition of someone here, you've just read the definition of exploit, which.
Oh, brother, John, no, wait. It's
John,
this.
Before you interrupted me, let me finish my point, and then I can give you the next definition. Okay. So. Using someone for your own interest, disregarding their interest, and using someone as a bare means to an end, that is exploitation. When there is no fair deal to make, when you just use someone and they don't benefit from that anyway whatsoever. John, let me finish the point. When we now start at the basics, there are differences between an object and a subject. An object is something that is not experiencing something. They don't have a subjective experience because they are objects, but then we have subjects with a subjective experience, which includes all sentient beings that have a brain and a central nervous system, which includes you and me and all the other animals, because hey, we're also mammals. We are big naked apes with dry noses, and so we are not the only ones who should be considered someone just because we are human and we are so fucking special, because we're actually not. Okay.
I hear you, and I'm sorry if that offended. I didn't mean to offend you.
It's fucking offending. It is. You know.
I'm very sorry. I am very sorry. I didn't mean to offend you with that. What I wanted to say is I agree with all of that. Again, at a high level, I feel like a lot of these questions you're asking and the way you're posing these questions stop at like level 1. Whereas there's a lot more nuance to this, and I'm not trying to use nuance as a way to obfuscate or get around any more issues.
You are. Because you see, John, the reality is you've been strawmanning this whole thing from the beginning. Oh, this isn't exploitation. Oh, this isn't. They're not a someone. When the question at hand has been from the beginning. If you were put in their position and somebody is treating you how we treat animals, would you be in favor? Would you be okay? Would you be okay being in their position? Would you still say to somebody who's on the other side, who has the same excuses as you, would you find those excuses good enough for you to be treated how we treat animals?
Okay. So I guess that my choices in that situation are A, don't exist at all. B, exist in the wild and die a horrible vicious death. C, die as livestock in John's ideal, which is as minimal suffering as possible, right? Or maybe D, realistically, in some shit livestock where you're scared shitless for half an hour before you're killed. Right?
No, John,
so
your options are, would it be fair if you're a man, so what would happen to you is you would be killed at a very early age because you essentially produce almost nothing. So only your flesh is useful. So would it be fair if somebody chose to kill you? Yeah, somebody did bring you into existence, it's true. But would it be fair towards you to be brought into existence to be a slave and then killed?
What animal am I? A human or
Doesn't matter what animal you are, because the
Oh, it does,
situation
because-
still... No, you know why, Jen, doesn't matter? Because the situation can apply regardless of what animal you are.
So,
if
so
a
you-
human...
the reason it doesn't matter to you is because you're trying to equate equal value to humans and animals.
Nope,
aren't
No,
you?
you
not
missing
at
the
all.
point here, John. They're,
Yeah.
Then
they
why
have
can't I
their own
pick if I'm a
intrinsic
human?
value. They're sentient beings that value their own lives, and you're missing this
Of course they
entire
do.
point.
But I'm a human making a decision from a human's perspective.
No, John. So yet again, from the beginning, you've strawmanned this from the beginning, and you continue strawmanning it. You've said
Try not
very
to. So
clearly...
please help me understand. Help me understand.
Sure.
Try not
So
to.
yet again, I'll ask you the question again. If you were in the position, let's imagine there's another species on this planet, hypothetically, who is more intelligent and stronger than you. Would you be okay if that species decided to bring you into existence only to kill you, treat you like a commodity,
Like
and
the
they
Matrix, right?
and would they just, and if they justified it, say by saying cost, taste, convenience, or culture,
No.
would you find that a good enough justification?
No, I wouldn't.
Would it
Can I-
matter,
can I
John?
add one on-
1 second, John. Would it matter if you were intellectually challenged and you couldn't understand these justifications?
Would it oh, that's a good question. So what would I understand? That I'm just gonna die?
You would just feel the consequences
Oh,
of the
this is an awesome
exploitation.
question. This is an awesome question. How do we know that's not already happening then? How do you know you're not in some like? You made me
I
think of
don't
the
know,
Matrix when you
John.
asked that.
I don't know. I don't know. We can.
So
we
I guess
can.
the answer
This
to that
isn't
is I
it.
don't know. I don't know. Then it's to the second part of that question. I don't know. But that's a really interesting question.
Wait, so if we brought into existence intellectually challenged human beings who, let's say they suffer from this hydroencephaly where they're born with half a brain, so they essentially would have the same cognitive capabilities as animals.
Okay.
Would it be okay to do the same to them? Like we could have slaves.
Yeah. So it's so they from their perspective they have no idea what's going on.
Exactly.
That's well, yeah.
Well,
that's
they would
it.
still feel the repercussions of it, right? Because
Of
they would
course, yeah.
still
No,
they would
that
still have a desire to live, and you would still be infringing on that desire to live. They would still have a desire to be with their mother, and you would still be infringing on that desire by taking them away from their mother.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, really good question. I honestly don't know the answer to that. Like, I'd probably feel uncomfortable if they looked human. I think that would be part of it, just because there's a part of me that wouldn't be able to get past that. The same way some people can't eat food with a face, right? Which is again hypocritical. They can't eat a fish unless it's a fillet of fish.
But
yeah,
John,
that's a
so
great
you
question,
know,
great question.
So you know how pigs can essentially some organs can be can be transferred from pig to human if they remove the bacteria trichinelosis.
Yep.
So, or sorry, it's not the bacteria name. That's the disease that you get if you get it. Whatever. This. So let's imagine that we have these. I disagree ethically with the position of having genetically engineered pigs to be used by us for organ transplant, but that's a different conversation. But let's imagine that we have that, and the human being decides to slowly, like as their organs are slowly failing, to slowly replace every single organ that they have with a pig organ. So essentially, they end up looking eventually like a pig, but everything else, their consciousness is transferred into the brain of the pig. Would it be moral to kill this pig?
Are you posing the ship of Theseus question?
Essentially, yes. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. Are they gonna? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I understand what you're doing, but I've already agreed. Like you
Well-
seem to be sticking at the high level. I've agreed with you at the high level.
But John,
I
what
guess
I'm
for me-
doing, I'm sorry, John, but what I'm doing is not that I'm trying to get you catch you up on something or anything. What I'm doing is trying to just express to you what religions have been saying for centuries, what you yourself also acknowledge. What matters to you is your experience of life. You are not your body. You are not who you are. I mean, biologically, yes, you are. But if you think conceptually, you don't identify with every single part of your body. Hence why you can easily replace them. What you identify with is all the experiences that you've accumulated throughout your mind, and all those experiences, you form memories, emotions, and all that. How intelligent you are does not necessarily mix in it. Yes, it does form who you are, but it's not the important part of who, I mean, it is important if you ask me, but it's not, how should I put this? Your level of intelligence does not all of a sudden give you less moral value because you are not intelligent enough.
I don't know about that. I think there is probably steps along that way, right? Because, correct me if I'm wrong, you wouldn't treat a fly the same way you treat a pig. And I'm sure you've heard this argument before, but like, that
Yes,
breaks
I
down
would.
when you're like, would you, really?
Yeah. Why would I hurt a fly if I don't need to? If a pig
What if
enters
it's-
my house, I'll try to remove the pig from my house just as I would
Okay,
a
but if
fly.
it's a mosquito that is carrying, like, could be carrying malaria. And it's
But if
biting
an
you,
animal
or-
attacks me, if a pig is trying to attack me,
Yeah.
I will, just like if a mosquito is attacking me, I will defend myself. It's not about,
Okay.
like, that's in self-defense. It's not
Well,
a...
if you've gave me the ship of Theseus question. Let me give you the trolley problem then. Like, if a trolley's going to squash a mosquito or a pig, I'm sure you're going to pick the pig.
Yeah, sure, I would. But you see, the difference is when you pick these, when you choose the trolley problem. The trolley problem is not what we're talking about, because the trolley problem essentially measures extrinsic value. In the trolley problem, if there were 5 strangers versus your loved one, you might choose to kill the 5 strangers versus your loved one. It doesn't mean that your loved one has more value than 5 of those people. It just means that for you, they have more value.
Yeah.
So,
Exactly.
but when it comes to our arguments, it's not about the value that we place on animals that matters. It's the value that they themselves have. The fact that they experience life and they value that own experience of life, like you do, like I do. That's why it's
Do you
wrong to
think
kill a
that,
human.
Do you think there's? Do you think part of that is also the ability to understand what the potential future is? I think humans probably have one of the best abilities to be able to imagine, and we can't obviously know, but I would assume have the best ability to be able to foresee what can happen in the future, enact change to reach those goals in the future. Versus
Animals can also do that, first of all.
they
Animals
can
also...
to a certain extent, right?
Yeah.
Of course.
But
not
it doesn't...
to the level of a human.
It doesn't really matter, does it? Because if we find human beings who don't have this capability, hell, dogs don't have this capability, yet we don't treat dogs differently because of that. We just pick and
but
choose.
I'm saying that could be
we
part
just
of the value, right? Is because what you're stealing by taking someone, to use your terminology, someone's life, is that ability to reach their goals in the future as well. That must be that.
No,
for me,
no,
that
it's
must be
not
part of it.
goals. No, it's not about goals. It's about to reach their. It's not about you're removing their capability to reach their goals. It's what you're doing is you're putting yourself in their life experience, and you're saying, I don't care how you experience life. I want this from you because I benefit from it. You're essentially mutilating their life experience and sometimes cutting it short simply because you benefit from it. If you did it for their own benefit, it would be a different thing, right? Like how sometimes
Sure,
we kill dogs
With
because...
a lame animal, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But when you do it for your own benefit, how can it possibly be moral to disregard completely what that animal experiences and wants to experience without them even knowing, maybe? How can it be moral for you to just completely remove that
it's
and
not.
say, my 10 minutes of pleasure, my 10 minutes of food is worth more than your whole existence or your whole experience?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. That was the first thing I agreed with right off the start, wasn't it? Is like, morally, obviously, it's the best situation to not kill anything, ever, right?
So you can make that choice, but you can make that choice right now.
But this is the nuance, isn't it? But what I want to ask you, so do you have an opinion on? I mean, again, I don't want you to pick against two evils, but hunting, then I would assume, based on what you've said, is probably more ethical than factory farming, because
Yeah, of
an
course.
animal gets to live its natural life and then is killed quickly, versus how it would normally die in the wild.
Well, first of all, hunting does not kill animals quickly. That's a myth. Hence why during hunting they still use other animals like dogs. They have to sniff blood, so a lot of the times they shoot them, then they have to find the body, they have to search for it. Hunting is
Well,
not.
it depends on what type of hunting, right? Like
Well,
fishing,
most hunting.
fairly quick.
Oh, fair enough, fair enough. But fishing is
Shooting
also.
birds with a shotgun.
I would
extremely
also
quick.
say that fishing is the one of the most inhumane ways to die because you're essentially asphyxiating a sentient being to death. So
unless you kill it quickly, but yeah.
Yeah, if the question is which one is worse, I will agree with you maybe that in a lot of situations hunting would be better than factory farming, but that does not justify you hunting since you always have the option to not hunt.
Yeah. So that's where I would say on the really nuanced level, if Elon Musk does not have any excuse not to be vegan, right? He's got more money than sense. Like he can do whatever.
You
he wants.
also
He
don't
can
have
pay-
any excuse. Not
You don't
just
know my
Elon
financial
Musk.
background.
I don't care about
If
your
you live in the
financial
UK,
background,
I'll tell you
John.
right now, it's cheaper
I
to be vegan in the UK because the plant-based products, if you want to eat plant-based products, are now cheaper than buying meat. So
But are
you
they
now
healthy?
have no excuse.
Yeah, we have
What do you
health
mean they're
outcomes
cheaper
showing. We
What
have
do you mean
health
they're- hold
outcomes
on,
showing
hold
that
on.
they're healthier.
Cone, what do you mean they're cheaper in the UK?
They're
Plant-
now
plant
cheaper.
products-
If you go and buy like the fake chicken Kievs and the fake burgers, they're now
Yeah,
cheaper
but I don't want to be
than
eating
buying
fake
meat.
chicken Kievs. I want to eat clean protein. I
You
wanna
can
get
eat tofu.
full
Clean
amino
protein.
acid profile. Amino
What-
acid profile.
amino
which
acid
means,
profiles. What? Go. Come on in. What's missing
but
from
I have
plant?
to, but I have to
What's
then
missing
eat
from
a
plants?
wider variety of plant-based
What
products.
is missing from plants? What amino acids are missing from plants?
There aren't any. But you
Yeah.
have to eat. That's why I said you have to eat a wide. Are you trying to catch me there, Tone? Come on, man. Like, that's why I'm saying
No.
you have to eat a wider variety. You can eat meat or
Are
eggs
you
and get a
just
full.
monomealing one food, or are you already
Yeah,
eating
I am at the
a
minute
bunch
because
of different foods?
I'm a chunky boy at the minute, so I am.
So you're
I'm on the
already
chicken and-
eating a bunch of different foods.
Yeah,
No,
the
listen
thing
to what
about
I'm
it,
saying.
John,
At the
the thing
minute I
about it,
am.
you can simply, like, you can do this one simple swap. You can replace meat with soy chunks, and
No,
you're
but-
already
okay.
better off. That's it. It's way cheaper.
It's not cheaper, and it's not.
Soy
it's not
chunks,
nice.
John,
Dude,
soy
as I
chunks,
said, my fiance-
John,
my
John,
fiance-
John.
We're talking to vegans. We know
Soy-
if it's cheaper or not. What the heck?
Soy chunks in every part of the world, they're at least 4 times cheaper than price of meat. Wherever you go, soy chunks will be cheaper.
No, what I was
100% of
saying
the
was,
time.
It doesn't taste as good, and it's more effort.
Kill issue. No, it's
Overall-
not more effort. It's less effort. You don't
Okay,
have to
look.
cook them as much. You can put you can put soy chunks in a cup of hot water and eat them.
And you think that tastes
And that
good?
takes 5 minutes. It's going to take you 20 minutes to 30 minutes to cook a piece of
Uh,
flesh.
But it's
John-
a it's
John-
a combination. Like
And
as I say,
this
I've lived
is
with my
bullshit,
fiance
man.
for 10 years, right? She was vegan when we met, so we did this thing where I would cook separately, she would cook separately, and the best thing was when we went, oh my god, this is accidentally vegan, and it tastes great. So you find some stuff that is really, really nice, right? You'll find a samosa with like full of Indian food is
Yes,
amazing
great.
for vegan stuff, right?
John, I just got one question about the taste stuff. What do you think tastes worse? Like eating vegan products or the bitter taste of exploiting other animals to death, although you don't have to? What is worse?
I think that's a disingenuous question, but I'll play the worst. I'll take. The
Wait,
worst
what's
example.
disingenuous about this question? You
Are you
can't
asking-
keep
so are
making
you
these
asking me?
these claims.
Hey,
John,
are you
when you
asking
were
me?
asked if you were in that position, you already said you wouldn't want to be. Like, we're just asking you
Wait,
to
let's write
consider
the
the
question
victim's perspective.
Okay,
Why
look,
why
know,
can't
John,
you?
you know, John,
question-
even
if the question
know,
is that do you want to support the worst factory farming and the worst conditions for
no, that
animals,
was not the question.
or are you
No,
vegan?
John.
No, but that's what I'm
John,
saying.
the
but
thing
you,
is,
you didn't
even
Stop changing the hypotheticals, man.
yeah,
no, but
even
the
if
hypothetical is
all
so
the
broad. Listen, just 1 second, please. The hypothetical
Yes.
is so broad that getting me to answer that question, you can very quickly pigeonhole me into, well, you support
Every
the
time
worst case
somebody
situation.
asks you a question, you return it with a different question. You change
No, I
it
haven't asked.
every single
Can you
time.
specify?
And
Can
also,
you
I just
specify
want
the
to say
question more?
something. I just
Can
want
you
to say
specify that
something real
question more?
quick
Go for
about
it.
all of that. John, I'm sorry. I just want to say something to that. Yeah, you know, I'm vegan now for 8 years. And even if anything in the supermarket that is vegan would taste like freaking paper mache, I would rather eat that than exploiting other animals to death because my taste pleasure is not higher on the ladder than the experience and the existence of someone else. And so maybe you should ask yourself what your values are, because at the moment, it just seems as if you are putting trivial reasons as a justification to do that to other animals. Although I think because otherwise you wouldn't be here for that long, that you actually care about them, right? But if you
100%.
really care about, but if you really, really care about other animals, then how can you not be vegan? That doesn't make any sense.
The reason I'm here is because I love hearing from normal people like things, because I don't assume I know everything. So I assume you guys have either looked at stuff or whatever. I am here to learn and get an interesting take. Now, I do not support the worst factory farming and the worst case
Nobody
situation. 'Cause
said
I'm sure
that.
none of us do. No, I know. I'm specifying I don't. But if you ask me, am I happy eating a chicken that has run around free range and been like my cousin has chickens? They're defended from foxes. They have a lovely
let's
life.
assume the best case. Give me your best case
Best case scenario.
Give it
Let's
to
say
me.
let's start at that extreme. Like let's start at the best case scenario extreme. I am
Mhm.
perfectly fine with that. Perfectly fine. The same way.
Okay, but
that's
is
it.
that it's nice that you as the oppressor are totally fine with it, but is that in the best case scenario in the interest of the animal?
But I don't no. I don't understand what you mean. Like if that
Yeah,
if that animal
exactly.
lives
You
a
just
full
said it.
life,
No, it's not. You just
If-
said it.
if it
Even
lives a
okay. Let
full
me
life.
clarify, John. Just
Okay.
give me a second. Oh my God, you're such a fast talker. It's not my native
Sorry.
language, so slow the
sorry.
fuck down, please. Thank you. The thing is, John, even in the best possible scenario, even in the nicest way possible, it is not about how nice we treat our slaves. It is that the enslavement itself needs to be questioned. And so, even if the best
Ooh, the
possible
blue pill or the red pill?
yeah, even in the best possible situation, even let's assume that slavery would still be legal and I would have a slave, okay? And I would give them their own room, a very good food. They can even run around when they want to, and I make sure that they're healthy and happy. But then in the end, they are still my slaves, and I will decide what I want to do with them, and I will decide when to chop their head off, and I will decide what to do with their entire body and entire existence. The problem is not how we treat those animals. The problem is the enslavement that we put upon them in the first place. So even
That's
in the
the
best
most-
case
That's
scenario,
the most succinct most succinct summary of the vegan argument I've ever heard in my life, and I think that is the best way to put it. Amazing. Like
Great.
It fundamentally comes down to the blue pill or the red pill. Now, I believe chickens can't understand the choice that's being made, so I do not have a
babies
problem
neither.
with
Is it okay to exploit babies now?
No,
Babies
because they
that could
will
never.
one day.
Wait, babies that will never.
Yeah, you caught it there, didn't you?
John, the thing is, we have had this conversation, all of us. We've had it for many years with thousands of people, all of us. We are
That's
street
cool.
activists. We are street activists in here. We are doing this 24/7. This is my entire life ever since I learned about what we do to other animals. It's the worst truth that I've ever had to learn in my entire life, and I cannot imagine that I was not vegan at some point in my life. It is absolutely beyond me. So the thing is, we want you to get on the side of the animals now with us so that we can all together as a vegan big movement abolish animal exploitation. But we cannot do that when people continue to want to find ways to exploit other animals in the best way whatsoever. This is not what this is about. This is a justice movement that seeks to bring animal rights into the world as a logical extension of human rights. But we can never achieve that if people won't let go of the idea that those other animals are here for us to use as a means to an end. So even if you say that those chicken, they don't feel it, they're not as intelligent, we treat them very well, I've seen them, they have names, blah, 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 when you still use them as a slave, when you still
You're
use
making
them
the
as a
choice.
means to an end.
Yeah.
Wait, shit, I was muted. Sorry, I was muted. Okay, everyone, I just realized I was muted. Thank you. Yeah. I just wanted to say thank you for being here. I'm sorry. It's good. It's good. Thank you for being here. Somebody said God saves veganism not. Well, no, I muted the microphone and now I'm no longer muted. I wanted to say thank you for being here. I hope you've enjoyed the conversation. Some have been good, some have been bad. I wanted to end the stream because VPM is going to go live soon. Virtue Postmortem. I'm going to paste the link of their stream right here. If you want to go have more conversations with veganism, with vegans, go there. I think it's a good idea. But either way, this has been a Discord conversation. I will be doing this more in the future as we've done it in the past. And I hope to do more on the streets and stuff. I know some of you got triggered by all the arguments. I saw a lot of things about humans are not animals. Humans are animals. I hope you've subscribed if you enjoyed some of these conversations. We're trying to be logical and think from the victim's perspective more than anything. We're trying to regard their position and not be dicks about them. You know, just because they were born in a different species doesn't all of a sudden make them less victims. Yeah, that's what we've been trying to do. A lot of cool people in here. I appreciate everyone for being here. And I hope to see you in the next one. No, there's another cool vegan over here. The 40-year-old vegan. They are live at the slaughterhouse. 40-year-old vegan. Who is live at the slaughterhouse? A vegan stoner ladies, anti-animal use? Yes. So we have VPM stream over here. I gave you a link here. And then we have another person who's live at a slaughterhouse. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna give you that link also. Anti-animal use. Yes, they're also doing an amazing job live in front of a slaughterhouse. If you're saying, well, that's not what I'm paying for, you can see it here live in front of a slaughterhouse. I will see you in the next one. Meanwhile, I want to give a shout out to Draculum and Martin for being the first people to comment on the last stream. If you don't know, we have a little bit of a contest on streams here. Whoever comments the first on the stream gets a shout out. Thank you so much everyone for being here. Thank you Draculum for commenting. Thank you everybody for being in the chat. Thank you for all the vegans for having the conversations in the chat. I'm sure it wasn't easy. Thank you for everybody who joined the Discord channel and had conversations. I just can't always have conversations. I have been walking on this treadmill for the whole time and I burned 1,100 calories. So, you know, vegans can't have problems with being stronger stuff. Yum yum yum, I'm gonna eat human hands because I have problems. Yum 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 yum. Oh, human hands are so good. Yum 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 yum. Food. Don't be that guy, okay? Let's respect everyone. Everyone deserves to live. Have an awesome day, everyone. I'll see you in the next one. And yet again, this is the link to the live slaughterhouse footage. Live slaughterhouse footage. They're in front of a slaughterhouse. They're sitting there right now. I'll see you there, okay? Thank you so much, everyone.